time. Thank you. Actually, before I call the order, do we need any more sound checks for those just arriving? Commissioner's discretion.
Test 1 2
All right.
1 2 test.
All right, so with that, and noting the time is 5:31, I'll call this meeting to order. Welcome all, my fellow commissioners and members of the public joining us for this special meeting of the County of San Diego's Independent Redistricting Commission.
Yeah.
Let me now ask the clerk, Andrew Potter. Well, first we'll wait and make sure we've got mutes on as needed. Thank you. Let me now ask our clerk, Andrew Potter, for information about today's meeting, including the likely need for a recess toward the end of the meeting. Andrew.
Thank you, Chair Boehm. At this time, I will invite any members of the public who wish to provide oral testimony during today's meeting to please review the instructions posted on the redistricting website at www.drawyourcommunity.com. We ask that individuals who wish to speak submit an online request to speak form in advance for planning purposes. All requests to speak from the public made at today's meeting will be honored regardless of whether you have submitted an advance request. Agendas, minutes, and supporting materials for the Commission's meetings are posted on the redistricting website, including instructions to request translation. Meeting agendas are translated into Spanish, Vietnamese, Chinese, Tagalog, Arabic, Japanese, Korean, and Laotian as required by law. Any correspondence received since the last meeting has been provided to commissioners and is posted on the IRC website with today's meeting materials. I'll note that we did not receive any e-comments for today's meeting. And then lastly, as the chair mentioned, today's meeting includes a brief recess to allow time for finalizing the minutes from today's meeting. This is because there are no further meetings of the IRC currently scheduled. Minutes from today's meeting would best be considered for approval by the IRC tonight to ensure that that is completed.
Thank you, Andrew. So commissioners, it's more a point just to bear in mind as we work that however long discussion goes, we'll need to ask commissioners to be prepared for what hopefully will be a brief recess, knowing how fast staff and the clerk can draft minutes, but will ideally be done in time that commissioners can return and be able to have the vote with a sufficient quorum to do so. We move on to the next item of the agenda, the roll call. Andrew, would you please call the roll?
Thank you. Before I call the roll, I would like to note for the record that commissioners are participating via teleconference. As such, all votes will be handled by a roll call vote. I'll ask the commissioners to please unmute your microphone and say here or present when called. Chair Boehm.
Here.
Co-Vice Chair Caterina.
Here.
Co-Vice Chair Garcia.
Here.
Commissioner Brown.
Here.
Commissioner Chen.
Here.
Commissioner Diaz.
Andrew, to interrupt, Commissioner Diaz just texted me saying she's having trouble logging on, but should be with us shortly.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Commissioner Dostal.
Here.
Commissioner Hanson.
Here.
Commissioner Inman.
Here.
Commissioner Krugliak.
Here.
Commissioner Larson.
Here.
Commissioner Pons.
Here.
Commissioner Russ. And Commissioner Serban. With that, Chair, we do have a quorum.
Thank you for that. And again, I'm hopeful commissioners will be able to join. And I'll say at the outset, I know some commissioners are once again facing a number of personal situations. So your participation tonight is greatly appreciated. And I'm sure for those of you it's appropriate, you've got the full sympathy and support of the commission. The next item, item 3, is approval of minutes from both the IRC special meeting of December 14th, 2021 and the IRC special meeting of January 12th, 2022. We'll begin by hearing any public comment on the minutes from either day. Andrew, are there any requests from the public to speak on this agenda item?
Thank you, Chair. There are no requests to speak on this item.
Very good. As this is an action item that requires a motion before any discussion, let me ask if there is a motion. And while we could entertain a motion for the two separate actions, I'll begin with a motion to request a motion for approval of the minutes of both sets of minutes from the December 14th, 2021 special meeting and the January 12th, 2022 special meeting as included with the agenda materials. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Commissioner Chen, thank you. Second, Commissioner Larson, thank you. Any discussion, including clarifications or corrections? Seeing none, Andrew, would you please call the roll for a vote?
Thank you. I will note that commissioners' names will continue to be called in random order. So with that, Commissioner Krugliak.
Aye.
Chair Bain.
Aye.
And I don't see Commissioner Diaz logged in at this time. Commissioner Pons,
Aye.
Co-Vice Chair Garcia,
Aye.
Commissioner Dostal,
Aye.
Commissioner Inman,
Aye.
Co-Vice Chair Katarina,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Larson,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Hanson.
Aye.
Chair Bain, that motion passes with all commissioners who are present voting aye.
Thank you very much, Andrew, and thank you, commissioners. We'll now move on to item 4, discussion and possible approval of an IRC supplemental resolution implementing the technical changes to the 2021 redistricting plan, meaning the countywide map of new supervisorial districts that was approved on December 14th, 2021. Today's agenda packet includes a draft supplemental resolution for consideration. This is the first of 2, which in this case includes the technical changes approved by the IRC on January 12th, 2022. And Drew, are there any requests from the public to speak on this agenda item?
Chair Bain, there are no requests to speak on this item.
Very good, thank you. As this is an action item, bear with me. I'll ask if there's a motion to approve the supplemental resolution of the County of San Diego Independent Redistricting Commission approving technical adjustments to the 2021 redistricting plan, adjusting the boundaries of the supervisorial districts as included with the agenda materials.
So moved.
Commissioner Inman, thank you. Commissioner Brown, is that a second? Thank you. Any discussion? Very good. Andrew, would you please call the roll for a vote?
Thank you. Co-Vice Chair Garcia, and I'll note as well that I'll continue to call commissioners' names at random. So with that, Co-Vice Chair Garcia,
Aye.
Co-Vice Chair Katarina,
Aye.
Chair Bain,
Aye.
Commissioner Inman,
Aye.
Commissioner Dostal,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Hanson,
Aye.
Commissioner Larson,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Krugliak,
Aye.
Commissioner Pons.
Aye.
Chair Bain, that motion passes with all commissioners who are present voting aye.
Thank you very much, commissioners. And I don't mean to rush. I'm assuming commissioners are familiar with the materials, but if you have any questions throughout this process, please raise your hand or speak up and we'll get them addressed. With that, though, we move on to item 5, a discussion and possible approval of an additional supplemental resolution of the IRC that would amend the IRC's statutorily required final report that was approved on December 14th, 2021. Today's agenda packet includes a draft supplemental resolution for the Commission's consideration, which includes the technical changes approved by the IRC on January 12th, 2022. Andrew, are there any requests from the public to speak on this agenda item?
Chair Bain, there are no requests to speak on this item.
Thank you very much. Before moving to any questions or comments from commissioners, I'll ask if there's a motion to approve, bear with me again, the supplemental resolution of the County of San Diego Independent Redistricting Commission amending the final report to reflect technical amendments to 2021 redistricting plan as included with the agenda materials.
So
I have a
moved.
motion?
So
Commissioner
moved.
Inman, thank you. Second, Commissioner Larson this time, thank you. Any discussion? With that, Andrew, would you please call the roll for a vote?
Thank you. Again, names will be called at random. Commissioner Inman,
Aye.
Commissioner Pons,
Aye.
Commissioner Krugliak,
Aye.
Co-Vice Chair Katarina,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
and I'll note for the record that Commissioner Diaz has joined us.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Dostal,
Aye.
Co-Vice Chair Garcia,
Aye.
Commissioner Larson,
Aye.
Chair Bain,
Aye.
and Commissioner Hanson.
Aye.
Chair, that motion passes with all commissioners who are present voting aye.
Thank you very much, and thank you again, commissioners. Next, we turn to agenda item 6, a discussion and possible approval of the 2020 IRC Lessons Learned Summary and its appendices as developed by the Lessons Learned Ad Hoc Committee. This agenda item is specifically focused on the report mentioned in the motion that the Commission approved on January 12th, with the next agenda item focused on other actions recommended by the Ad Hoc Committee. Again, this Ad Hoc Committee was formed at our last meeting with the purposes shown on the screen. And as you can see, agenda item 6 matches with item 1 from this motion. Agenda item 7, our next agenda item, matches with the materials and topics listed in part 2 of the motion on the screen from January 12th. We can take that down. Thank you. I do want to thank the members of the Lessons Learned Ad Hoc Committee for their hard work and quick turnaround on this effort, including Co-Vice Chairs Katarina and Garcia and Commissioners Hanson, Krugliak, and Larson. And of course, continued gratitude to all commissioners who provide their insights throughout the year. Today's agenda materials include the Excel spreadsheet with lessons learned insights that we discussed at our last meeting, as well as a draft report mentioned in the January 12th approved motion that we just saw, and finally, an accompanying presentation that we will turn to now. I understand, if I have this right, and apologies if I don't, that Commissioner Krugliak will be delivering the presentation. Is that right? Very good. Christina, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. If we could go ahead and just jump ahead. This was great. It was really a pleasure to work with the other commissioners and the co-chairs on this committee, and reiterates one of the lessons learned, which is that leveraging small groups and ad hoc committees would be very beneficial to future commissions. So if you could go through to the next slide. And this is what Chair Bain just described, so we can skip again. One more, please. Thank you. So we went through and we looked at all of the lessons learned, and what made sense to us was to further categorize them by broad category and then sort them by and large chronologically according to how the IRC cycle occurred in our experience. So beginning with legislation ahead of actually even creating the commission, we thought that it would be very important to automatically extend the mapping deadline in the event of census delays. And by I say we thought, this is was a recurrent theme in the lessons learned. And in general, the mapping process, we benefited from a long period of time, and having a later deadline than was originally intended was very doable, and seems like pushing the original deadline back would be something that's worthwhile to consider. We also benefited from from a hybrid format, virtual format for our meetings. And although that was necessitated by the pandemic, it's something that was considered again and again as something that was very beneficial to the committee, to the commission, and therefore should be allowed for future commissions as well. And then just a request to clarify county versus commission authority deliverables, et cetera, in the statutory requirements that underpin the IRC. And moving forward, I have no intention of reading every bullet on these slides, so hopefully just highlight the main points on future slides. So if you could go to the next slide, please. So the general feedback was that we were very fortunate to have such a wonderfully passionate, qualified, and diverse commission, and that should be valued and prioritized in the future as well. So ways to do that, recommendations were to begin the process of advertising the commission earlier, beginning even the selection earlier, so that the commission, even in the absence of census delays, have at least 12 months to do their work, and making sure that during the recruitment phase of commissioner selection that there's no ambiguity about the time commitment that's required and the dedication that would be required to this entire process. A lot of people were pleasantly surprised by that as we went forward. If you could go to the next slide, please. In terms of budget, a lot of the feedback was that the commission should have deeper appreciation, insight into the budget and deeper oversight of the budget beginning early in the process. So making sure that that budget is immediately shared with the commission and one of the first topics that the commission considers. And along with, this occurred again under leadership opportunities, consider establishing a treasurer role as an additional officer or standing committee supporting finance and budget, as well as budget-related policies and procedures. And there's a lot more detail on all of this in the lessons learned report itself. Moving on, under the bylaws, there were suggestions. If you could go to the next slide, please. Suggestions of how they could be further expanded. So generalizing the bylaws to allow different officer structures, clarifying the roles of the various officers and officer roles that could be expanded, adding standing rules and or operating procedures, which are mentioned and allowed in our current bylaws, but were not actually drafted, and then updating the bylaws to address one of the kind of sticking points in our own experience around political participation, kind of thinking that through earlier on. Moving to the next topic, leadership. If we commissioners thought that it was a heavy workload, I'm sure the officers experienced even more so. It was an awful lot of work that went behind the scenes that we didn't see, but was extremely large. And a lot of the feedback were, are there ways to lessen that workload that landed on the officers? So, you know, obviously they did a great job. So their option could be just to continue as is. You could look at doing chair rotation as other commissions did. You could look at expanding the number of officers in order to divvy up the workload. You could hire an executive director. That actually was suggested multiple times to really take on and lead the administrative burden. Or you could, again, as was reiterated a lot, make more use of smaller groups, standing and or have ad hoc committees. So all of those were general ideas with the main take home of ways to reduce the burden on the officers. Moving on to the next slide was training. Everyone was very grateful for all of the training that they received and always thought that more is better and starting earlier is always better. So beginning training immediately as soon as the commission forms, including training on really a detailed understanding of exactly what commissioners are expected to do, as well as the bylaws, very deep and detailed training on that, as well as on the VRA and racially polarized voting, expanding content to include a lot of what we heard from the public in terms of how the new districts would impact their governance, impact their jurisdiction, especially in the unincorporated areas, and also extended training on mapping, which I think a lot of us were learning on the fly. And then again, similar to the comments about making more use of ad hoc and standing committees, making more use of small group-based training to really drive engagement and collaboration across teams or across commissioners. If you go to the next slide, we had 3 subsections for personnel, support, consultants generally, and legal consultants. So, and again, the report goes into a lot more detail on each of these, but for support, just consider whether a lot of the support should stay on county staff or whether external resources should be considered, including, as I mentioned before, an executive director. Under general consultants, the recurring feedback was hire them as soon as is possible, begin that process very early on, make sure that the IRC has full oversight and initiates the procurement process, and continue to leverage SPOC for coordinating. And ideally that SPOC, as we were very fortunate to have, has domain expertise. Everyone, there was very consistent feedback that that process worked very well. In terms of legal consultants, there was a lot that happened on the legal side before our IRC even formed, but a lot of feedback focused on ensuring that general counsel was selected and managed by the IRC, and anything that does happen prior to formation is interim and subject to IRC concurrence and approval. And similar to general consultants, the importance of retaining counsel, various levels of counsel as soon as possible in the process. On the next slide, again, several subsections pertaining to meetings. In terms of planning, sending out the agenda was extremely useful. Everything was posted on the website, but making sure that the timeline is always ever present and very clear, and any changes to the timeline are obvious and visible, not just to commissioners, but to the public as well. Potentially soliciting agenda items earlier and setting time-bound agendas so that meetings do not go overly long. In terms of facilities, we've talked a little bit about the importance of virtual participation and also planning locations as soon as possible. One comment talked about how even though we made sure meetings were within districts broadly, they didn't necessarily align near population centers and or specific COIs of interest. So the sooner we could begin planning those logistics, the better. And in terms of execution, again, reiterating the executive director idea, if someone, a non-commissioner, could run the meetings, that would allow the chair to participate rather than facilitate. Consider more frequent meetings so that they are time bound and do not go very late. And again, recurrent feedback of leveraging small working groups rather than requiring the full group to always meet as a group of 14. Continuing on, for public outreach, one of the take homes was, again, early and often. It's important to make sure that the purpose of the commission is clear, that it's almost an elevator speech, and that its differentiation from the other commissions is very clear. Several comments said that in talking with neighbors or members of the public, that a lot of people still weren't clear on that after a while. In terms of the educational tours, they were very successful, and one of the main feedback received was go to the people you want to reach. Don't always expect them to come to you. So let's recommend proactively attending other groups' meetings rather than asking those groups to attend an educational tour. In terms of mapping, on the next slide, lots of comments about mapping. If you read the lessons learned report, you'll see a lot there. I'm just going to read this one. Ensure commissioners are effectively able to use the demographer provided software. If it takes a commissioner 4 to 8 hours to get to a working map, it's going to take similar for the public. Importance of establishing advanced procedures related to mapping. So we had several comments about, well, how did we do numbering? How did we do coloring? What was the benefit of doing springboard maps versus working from existing boundaries? What do you do when you get maps from the public? What if those maps are focusing only on one district or on one COI, but are submitted through the, not through the COI, but as a district builder? If there are procedures for how to handle all of these considerations ahead of time, it makes things much cleaner when you actually get to mapping. And again, leveraging small groups. Are there ways to progress mapping through small groups or through commissioner submitted maps? Second to the last one is public feedback. Then this refers more to during the mapping process. So again, a lot of lessons learned about organizing and getting feedback very systematically collated so that it could be reviewed and assessed objectively over the entire course of the mapping period. Ideally, that feedback can be synthesized by category so that it's very clear. If you want to get feedback about this particular COI or this particular district, it's very easy to see that cohesively as a whole. Consider looking at at requesting specific inputs when collecting public feedback so that you have particular answers. So for example, what is your favorite map or what is your preferred map of the ones listed, as opposed to just getting feedback saying, I don't like this because, and it's very difficult to establish which map that comment is referring to. And potentially investigating the use of petitions, whereby if there is a particular point that many people ascribe to, they could all sign on to a petition, submit a petition, and all of a sudden you have a very clearly stated opinion with an objective number of supporters that can be referred back to at any point. Finally, if you move on to the next slide, we have a summary of closeout and transition. So a lot of different commissioners and different feedback referred to the creation of a transition team or a task force or support group or any number of things to support the next commission. They're not going to get started for 8 to 10 years, and it seems likely that what we're talking about today could get lost. Not lost, will obviously be written, but having someone to facilitate that startup process for the next commission is very different than passing on a written report. So there were many topics that were suggested that a transition team could work on, including establishing this interim contingent general counsel, working towards the legislative changes that were described, laying out potential red lines to documents, including SOPs or bylaws or RFPs or anything of that nature, and then potentially working with county staff for a process to really expand the diversity and the range of the applicant pool across the whole county in 2030. And I think that should be the last one. If we can go to the next slide, please. So there are motions recommended with the report. Again, this was just a high-level summary of the report that I hope you'll have the chance to read, but the recommended motions are to approve that report with changes as requested by commissioners, and then a separate motion to make sure that the report is shared with the appropriate members of the county. And then there is also item 7, but we'll probably wait for that one, Chair. Is that correct?
I think so. If that's
Great.
the conclusion. Yeah.
Yep. Any questions or comments?
Well, let's hold on that if that's okay.
Sure.
But we'll see. We can certainly bring this back up. I'll ask staff to take it down for the moment. Thank you. And thank you. Thanks again to the entire commission, because I think as most, if not all commissioners know, it may only be one commissioner speaking, but it reflects a lot of contributions. And in this case, contributions from the entire commission, but a lot of work by the members of the ad hoc committee. That does not, however, in any way undercut the burden of being the speaker. So Commissioner Krugliak, thank you very much for stepping up and delivering it so well and so concisely. It really is much appreciated. Next, I'd like to turn to staff or counsel to see if they have any additional comments to make before we turn to clarifying questions and requests from the public to speak on this item. So Marguerite or Barbara, would either of you care to offer comments, and which of you would like to go first?
I can go first, and it's just a procedural thing, because I want to make sure there's no confusion about what we're doing on this item and in the next item. So the items are divided up according to the motion from the 12th. So this item is a lengthy and well done report, and I hope everybody had the opportunity to read it. And what this item is, it summarizes the input from all of the commissioners. So I think it's important, as you consider this item, that what the vote on this item, if you decide to approve it or amend it and approve it or amend it and reject it, The vote on this item focuses only on the report and whether it fairly summarizes the inputs. And I think there were about 150 from a very engaged commission. So a vote on this item doesn't approve or give direction to any particular suggestion from a particular commissioner. That comes in the next item, if you want to do that. So I just wanted to make a clear delineation between the two items. And those were my comments, David.
Thank you for that. Barbara, any comments other than you trust that commissioners have read the report under agenda item 8 that might have some relevance to this, but anything else?
If you will indulge me, Chair Boehm, I just wanted to, I had a few comments. So staff didn't participate or support any of the ad hoc committee work. So read the report, you know, when it was received to get posted when it went to council. And I just wanted to make a couple of comments. You know, as a team, we're really pleased to support the IRC and the ad hoc committee that created this lessons learned. I know a lot of work went into it. It was a very short time frame. And we just wanted to assure the commission that this information will be posted on the website. It'll be retained for future consideration. And really also just acknowledge that the insight really provided some really valuable food for thought for myself, the county staff, the public, the future commission. And I just really thank the commissioners for their time, their honesty. You know, just to also mention that I know that this report itself and the appendix and the input for some of the public that haven't been as involved doesn't really reflect the amazing amount of work that went in by this commission. So we thank you all, and we acknowledge that we were learning a lot of this together. And definitely there's lots of lessons learned on all sides. And as someone who's been with the county going on 33 years, I learned a lot too, and am amazed by this work. So just know that I know that there was a very thoughtful approach, and that we as a team acknowledge that there's lots of opportunities. And I guess the other way to say it is we don't take it personal, and we all learn from it, and we're good with it, and we just want to set up to succeed the next commission. So thank you for allowing me to say a few words.
No, thank you. And I share in the applause. All right. What I'd like to do now is turn to clarifying questions for anything that was just presented or commented on, not just to Commissioner Kugliak and the AHC members, but also to staff and council. Then we'll turn to public comment. Then I'll ask for a motion so we can proceed with an actual discussion. And I'll introduce a little more on that, on how I see that moving forward in the fairest possible way. But for right now, I'd ask for clarifying questions and comments. Co-Vice Chair Katerina.
Thank you, Chair Boehm. Just a question. You know, we worked on this very quickly to get it done, and it had to go through review cycles, and unfortunately it didn't get to you all until this morning. I want to make sure everybody had time to read it and understand what's in it. And if you have questions, you know, please ask, because you know, again, as Barbara stated, it was a quick turn, but you only got it this morning. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Pons.
Yeah, I want to thank the ad hoc committee for all the work they've done. I mean, this is phenomenal. My recommendation would be that this becomes a living document that will be able to incorporate lessons learned throughout the entire process, especially if we stand up this advisory group, or whatever you want to call it. I mean, they can pull in and insert additional information that would be, you know, supportive of the next redistricting commission. So it didn't say anything about being a living document. It didn't sort of point to that process, but is that something the ad hoc committee considered?
Any member of the ad hoc committee want to respond to that at this point?
I think that was the whole point of setting up a continuing effort to keep track of what's happening between now and the next commission, so that those steps along the way, particularly with the state legislature and the county budget process and setting up the ad hoc, have some background information and support should they need it. So yes, I would certainly say that we want it to be a living document that informs decisions that don't happen 8 years from now. They happen 2 years from now, 3 years from now, 5 years from now. And if nobody's overseeing what's going on, then I think the lessons will be lost.
That's a good point. I guess also I'm thinking about the process. How would that happen? And is it subject to the rest of the commission to approve any additional input to this document since it was created by the commission itself?
Commissioner Pons, I want to be careful on the line between clarifying what was just presented and what's in the report and substantive discussion. I understand your question. I'm just trying to put it in the right place, if you will. Do you mind if we hold on that?
Not at all. I'll
Okay.
suspend that question until later. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Diaz.
Yes, thank you so much, Ad hoc Committee, for putting this wonderful document together. I know it must have been a monumental task to take all those 150 comments. What intrigued me the most, and this is a clarifying question, is did the ad hoc, in terms of looking at public input and how to organize that, did the ad hoc look at other models being done at other commissions? I'm just curious because I feel like this is an ongoing issue that a lot of commissions are having.
We were only asked to look at the comments that were submitted by the commissioners. So no, we didn't really look beyond that.
May I say something? I would add that all the commissions are bound by the Brown Act because we're a public entity. So all of us have the same issues with public comment. We have to hear from the public. We have to allow them time to speak on each motion, so on and so forth. So to that extent, yes. And perhaps there's a way with a future group of people to figure out a way, maybe we could do this better, but that's a TBD at this point. But it's a great question, Commissioner Diaz.
Any other clarifying questions or comments? Very good. Thank you. So Andrew, are there any requests from the public to speak on this agenda item?
Thank you, Chair Bain. We do not have any request to speak on this item, but I do want to reiterate, as I did at the beginning, that if there are any members of the public that wish to speak but have not submitted a request to speak, please indicate you wish to provide comment by raising your virtual hand in Zoom. Not seeing any virtual hands raised. Chair Bain, that concludes opportunities to provide comment on this item.
Very good. So as this is an action item that requires a motion before further discussion, let me ask, and I'm going to put the motion as simple as I possibly can for the moment, with the understanding that it may have to be amended as we go along. But is there a motion to approve I'm going to call it the 2020 IRC Lessons Learned Summary and Appendices from the Lessons Learned Ad hoc Committee as included in today's agenda materials? And please raise your hand because I want to be a little precise on how we take movers. Co-Vice Chair Katerina, is that?
So moved.
You move it? Okay. I want to be, well, let me just take it this way. Okay, so Commissioner Larson, is that a second? All right. Very well. So that's the motion on the floor. Is that clear to everybody at this point? Don't need to put it on the screen. Okay. Before we open the floor for discussion, and without prejudging discussion in any direction, let me just say that I can see two kinds of discussion going on under this motion. Commissioners are, of course, free to make whatever comments they like. And I want to ensure that all commissioners have an opportunity to speak. The discussion may or may not include suggested amendments to the report. If such amendments are offered and raised, it would be appropriate to offer them in some manner along the lines of, I'd like to offer a motion to amend the report as follows. Okay, so we'll take as what amounts to a motion to amend the report as a motion to amend the motion. And I think the clerk will make sure we've got the language right on that. But in effect, commissioners, all you need to do is say, I'd like to offer a motion to amend the report as follows. The clerk and I will work to ensure the best possible process and most efficient process to handle suggested amendments, including perhaps combining motions if it seems reasonable for the sake of efficiency. Okay, so with that, I have a number of comments to offer, but as always, I'd much rather hear from the rest of the commission first. Let me take speakers as they're interested in commenting and offering motions. Commissioner Dustle.
Thanks, Chair Boehm. I don't have a motion. I just wanted to say I did have a chance to read the report, and just bravo to the committee. It was really well done that you synthesized them and summarized them so well in the different categories. So I just want to say thank you. I don't have any amendments.
Good. Commissioner Pons, I don't see any other hands. Do you want to raise that question now?
Yeah, it's just how do we ensure this is a living document, and how would we incorporate future lessons learned into this document and into the process?
And I'd be happy to entertain a reply from any commissioner. Co-Vice Chair Katerina.
Hi, sorry, I couldn't get my little hand up on my computer. Thank you, Commissioner Pons. I really appreciate your comment, and it's certainly one of the things that occurred to me as I was going through these lessons learned. I kept looking at them saying, oh my gosh, I forgot about this. This is a great idea, but it wasn't really the place for me to add in my new idea. So I didn't do it. But I want to make sure that there is an opportunity for us to be thoughtful about what is going on and not have a unilateral decision being made. And so of course, when we get to item 7, I think to me, that is the appropriate place to add such a statement that we would want to include updating lessons learned perhaps in that motion. So my question is, do we think, or I guess I would say back, is do we think as commissioners, we need to add this to the report, that we would like it to be a living document, or are we comfortable knowing that a potential transition team would be able to handle all the issues that come up?
The hand I see right now is Commissioner Larson.
Yes, thank you. I agree with what Commissioner Katerina just said. And Commissioner Pons, I think you asked a very critical question. And how we handle this, how do we really tell our successors 8 years or so from now what we really learned? There's 14 of us that learned a lot. We came into this cold. Nobody had done it before quite the way we had to do it, and we did it. We captured a lot of our comments in this document. I hope we captured really all of them that were submitted. But let me just give an anecdote here of something that I experienced. About 8 years ago or so, I served on the county grand jury. And there's 19 on the grand jury. It's also drawn by a lottery process from several hundred that apply down to 19. The grand jury I sat through, roughly a third had served before on a previous grand jury. In fact, one person had been on 3 others, so this was their fourth term. We used this knowledge just beautifully because they understood what had happened. They could give a living testimony of their experiences and solved a lot of issues that were brought up to us in starting a new grand jury. I think we all might consider, if we want to, submitting a bid 8 years from now or so to go on the next grand jury or the next commission to perhaps be part of it. I imagine there's no rule against that. And I think it would really benefit the 14 that are going to be selected, where one or more of them have lived through this experience that we are trying to capture in our summary. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Pons. Oh, and before Commissioner Pons started, I want to welcome Commissioner Russ. Good to see you.
I apologize for being late. It was unavoidable.
More than understand. So Commissioner Pons, then Commissioner Dostal.
Yeah, so just a recommendation for us to consider is that, you know, in the military, we have these living documents. They go on in perpetuity. So, you know, we open these documents periodically, like once a quarter, for a select group of individuals to consider and then approve, and then to insert those recommendations. And that keeps the document current and relevant. And that's just something for whomever is chosen to carry this thing forward, whether it's the advisory group, whatever the name of that group would be, that could be a process. And if it is the process, I would say we should write it into the document. And it will be clear to anyone reviewing the document that it is not closed, it's a living document. And here's how you can contribute to the process with points of contact. Thank you.
Before I turn to, thank you for that. Before I turn to Commissioner Dostal and Commissioner Diaz, I've got a bad feeling I'm going to end up being the skunk in the room on this, because there are some structural questions and some very detailed questions that I think are going to have to be raised. On the question of a living document, though, and amending that to include in this report, I would suggest from a chair perspective, that would best be done as part of the next agenda item. The reason I say that is exactly what Commissioner Hanson was saying. And again, I'll defer to the members of the ad hoc, but the tasking was to draw from the lessons learned document itself, and or the spreadsheet, Appendix B, if you will. In addition, I would want to be very careful not to prejudge anything because of the way the ad hoc pursued its work in a relatively short time. It is indeed an amazing product, but I think I've been saying since July, I had anticipated this more as a 2-page document. To have an 8-page document with this level of detail is very impressive and a very commendable product that will be available as a written document, regardless of what a vote is tonight, because it's part of the record and the website will be maintained for the future. But Commissioner Pons, because of the nature of the tasking, as so well explained by Commissioner Hanson, I think the question of living document might be one best left to the next agenda item discussion, and may come up in an amendment discussion we have under this agenda item. So more to follow on that in just a few minutes. Thank you. Okay, so Commissioner Dostal and then Commissioner Diaz. Please.
Chair Bain, you said exactly what I was going to say. So if I don't think you're a skunk, or else I'm a skunk too, because I was going to say the same thing. I think that discussion we can't really have, until we decide what we're going to do in the next agenda item. So that's all I was going to say.
Thank you, Commissioner Diaz.
I hope this is a minor technical change, but I just want to emphasize, in reading the summary on the first page, I know it was a task to bring all the task was to bring all the comments together, but I think there's something to be said about our own existence as an independent commission of being the first of its kind. And the reason why I mention that is because this is the first time we've had a democratic process for mapping, and that's very significant. And especially in the context of maybe there's members of the public out there that don't believe that we should exist. So I think that it might be worth putting like an introductory statement. I don't know where it would most likely in the beginning paragraph. And that could really kind of set a tone for the report that I think would be a positive one for this commission. So that's just one suggestion.
Right, and I will note that the ad hoc presented 2 kinds of motions under this report, of which we're dealing with one right now, or under this agenda item, one to approve the report and one to propose, discuss, approve a way it would be transmitted or delivered, which would be the next motion we would take up under this agenda item. And I appreciate Commissioner's patience on that. But Commissioner Diaz, I think it's a very good point. And again, I'll stand by the previous comments procedurally about what should and should not be in this report, what should or should not be in any transmission letter for it, or what might be better dealt with in the next agenda item. I think all possibilities are on the table with that. It's a matter for the commission to consider. All right, Co-Vice Chair Garcia.
I just like to say that Commissioner Diaz, I think that's a really valuable point that you've made there, that we have in those introductory remarks, that we mention, or that we comment on the fact that we were the first IRC, and that we were, that we had nothing to rely on as a previous practice. And I was actually just quickly scrolling through the document because I think there is a comment in there somewhere. And Commissioner Krugliak, who did a lot of the actual assembling and writing of the material, maybe you remember where it is, Christina, but perhaps we can pluck it out and move it in to the introduction, because I do think that that is very important. I think that is a really important point that should be made early in the report.
I see it in the closeout and transition paragraph.
Right.
Great, so maybe we can, I don't know, Chair Bain, how we would address that revision or that amendment, but I would be in favor of placing either that particular comment or a comment similar to it very early in that introductory paragraph, as Commissioner Diaz just suggested.
Just looking, I'm just looking at the text that I have up. Yeah, so there is the sentence at the beginning of that paragraph. As the inaugural County Independent Redistricting Commission, the 2020 commissioners did not have reference to any previous lessons learned. I think that begins to address some of it, but I also think Commissioner Diaz raises a very, very valid point, because there has been debate about whether such independent commissions are useful or not on the national stage. There's been some in the public input that we've seen, not a great deal, but I remember a few comments. But again, I think we'd have to be very careful. And this again goes to the heart of what kind of report this is. Is it a full summary? Is it a select summary? Is it a snapshot without questioning its value in any way, shape, or form? But what is it? How is it best described? That's where I keep referring back to the motion. And that's where I think we will need to attend for a few minutes at least to some of the language in the report itself on things that, as Counsel somewhat began to address, some things that seem to represent a position by the Commission rather than things the Commission think might be worth considering. But that we'll take that up in a minute. Commissioner Hanson, thank you for your patience.
My comment is, again, this report was from the input in the lessons learned category from the members of the commission. So I think where that is raised at the end, where we're trying to draw some conclusions from all we've read, that's where it is, and that's really where it really belongs.
Okay.
We fought hard to not create ideas that weren't given to us. Not to, in the process of synthesizing, you sometimes come up with something that you've actually created. And we worked very hard not to do that.
Okay, so I don't want to go too far down that road unless we're ready for a motion to discuss that amendment, which I'd certainly be willing to entertain. But let's keep going for now. Co-Vice Chair Garcia.
I'm not sure I understand what you were saying about you because I can not say something right now. I don't know what you mean, why you don't want to go too far down that road.
I'm sorry, to not have a discussion of an amendment without a motion for such amendment, so that we all know what we're talking about. So if I understood, for instance, I might turn now, for instance, to Commissioner Diaz or to you to ask, would there be a motion to amend the report to move that sentence that's in that closing paragraph up to the introduction? That would be the kind of motion I'm talking about, which we could then have the kind of discussion we're having. We can continue this way and have mix and match, but I just want to be very careful to follow rules and be clear about what motion we're talking about. So I apologize for not being clear about that.
All I wanted to say is that I acknowledge, I completely agree with what Commissioner Hansen just said. And maybe I misunderstood a little bit where Commissioner Diaz was coming from. I don't think that it would be creating information that wasn't already sort of known. It is a known fact that we were the first county independent redistricting commission, and that we did not have anything on which to rely for our procedures and processes and practices and so on and so forth. So to put something like that in the introduction, I think is fine, and I would not remove it from where it is already in the report. So that's all I wanted to say. I agree. I guess I'm agreeing with everybody, just kind of providing a little bit of nuance. Thanks.
Okay, Commissioner Chen.
Yeah, I don't want to extend the discussion necessarily. I don't really understand what the lesson learned is, though. It's a fact that we were the first commission, but if the lesson learned is don't be the first commission, well, anyways. So I'm kind of a little bit confused about it.
Okay. So a couple different thoughts here. I have several amendments I'd like to offer in this, if I understand the spirit of the discussion correctly, to make clear that there are no decisions being made within the report that haven't been made by the commission, but that the lessons learned and the capturing the lessons learned is simply to recommend consideration of some of the ideas. I'm hoping I'm phrasing that correctly. I also hear a possible motion to either move or copy, and I'd be willing to take the motion either way, the sentence from the end to the beginning. But as Commissioner Chen said, that's completely debatable. And then I also would want to consider a possible motion to decouple by, in effect, deleting that closeout and transition paragraph, both because, well, for various reasons, I can see headaches with it, but also because I think it can be dealt with more effectively in the next agenda item. But I want to be careful for myself not to be oversteering the conversation with motions that aren't of interest. So let me start first with the motion that various commissioners were just discussing. I did hear a difference, to answer Commissioner, or to comment on Commissioner Chen's point, between simply acknowledging or celebrating the value of being the first independent redistricting commission in the county and making the case for the value of it relative to other options. To me, that's a somewhat separate sentence that I think is included in enough of the comments in the Excel spreadsheet that is possible. So I would like to entertain that as a formal motion with a formal proposal. And if any of the commissioners who've been involved want to write something down and offer it, we can read it at dictation speed and put it up on the screen. Co-Vice Chair Katerina.
Sorry. I just wanted to add that the ad hoc committee in preparing the lessons learned report was asked to summarize and organize and summarize the data, if I could summarize it accurately. And that's what we did. We had a lot of questions on closeout. I have a very big problem with moving the closeout and transition section because it is a part of the lessons learned report. So what I would recommend is that we look at each of these suggestions you had individually, if at all, rather than as a lump sum group. If that, because I would hate to.
No,
say-
I'm very much inclined to do that as well. And that's why I like the first one to be the one that's already been the most discussed. This question of whether there should be something in the introduction reflecting the nature of the commission as the first such commission. Commissioner Chen.
Yeah, I get the point about some people thinking maybe there shouldn't be independent commissions and we thinking there should be. For us to put it in our own document feels to me like we're just patting ourselves in the back or saying, hey, you should do what we did. So I'm just a guess. I would rather have other people decide that. I have others that look outside and say, hey, the commission did a good. That's just kind of where I'm coming from.
Okay, so Commissioner, will certainly take that up when we have a specific amendment because there's already been debate about that. Let me suggest we do one of two things right now. If somebody has a motion ready on that issue, I'm ready to entertain it and have it put up on the screen. If someone doesn't, I could, with the commission's permission, read through the wording changes I would want to offer as a motion, see if there's a second, and I think they'll be neutral enough that they won't encompass much discussion. It's generally adding the word consider, but I'm happy to go either way. Commissioner Kugliak.
I've redlined the document to include what I think Commissioner Diaz was asking for, and I'm happy to share it. And if she agrees, then it would just be a motion to accept the red line.
Okay, so do you have that prepared? Can you read it on the, what's the easiest way to show it? Should the staff bring it up?
Would be the easiest.
I'm sorry?
I have access to sharing my screen through Zoom.
Okay. Staff clerk, there's no problem with that, correct? Very good. Commissioner Kugliak, please go ahead. So we'll take this as a motion to amend the report as captured on the screen, and we'll read through it.
So just to be clear, before going to the language above, I did not move it from transition and closeout. I just changed it to as stated above. So it's still in closeout in transition. And then the only change here is to the introduction. You all don't need me to read to you. So maybe Commissioner Diaz, you can just simply comment if this is addressing what you were hoping to add.
Yes, I think that addresses it.
Very good. So let's be clear about what we're doing here. So the motion by Commissioner Kugliak is to incorporate the addition in paragraph 1. The 2020 IRC was the first such commission tasked with drawing district boundaries for the San Diego County Board of Supervisor elections. Consequently, the IRC completed its work without access to previous examples or lessons learned. Do I have a second on that motion?
Second.
From Commissioner Diaz. Good. And then I'd like to ask Co-Vice Chair Katarina and Commissioner Larson, can this be treated as a friendly amendment? Meaning it would be incorporated.
Yes, it's okay with me. I think, I'm not sure who the second was. I just want to make sure we keep all the processes clear too. Because I thought I heard Commissioner Garcia, and I'm fine with either one, obviously. I'm fine with this amendment. And I just want to clarify who the second is.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Who was it? Commissioner Diaz or Co-Vice Chair Garcia, do you have a preference?
No, I just want to make sure I understand who made the motion. Was it me? Because
The motion was from Commissioner Kugliak.
Okay.
I'm just clarifying who's the second. Okay, Co-Vice Chair Garcia, I saw you nodding, so you're the second. Okay, but Commissioner Larson, is this a friendly amendment?
It's a friendly amendment.
Very good. So it is, it's this sentence, these two sentences at the beginning and the as stated above at the closing paragraph that was just seen, those are now incorporated into the draft report. So we won't be voting on that amendment. We'll be voting on that as part of the report. Very good. Thank you for being patient with the procedure on that. Right. Are there any other motions, or should I go through some of what I've got? All right, so let me offer a motion to amend as follows. I'll ask staff to bring up the report.
Is there any need for me to send the version 4, or are you good to work off of version 3?
I think I can. What I've got did not relate to the amendment just made, so if it's okay, we'll just type that into this one. All right, so.
Could you make that a little bit larger? A little bit larger. There you go. There you go. That's great. Thank you.
Is that good for all commissioners? Please speak up if you're having trouble. Good. Okay, so if we can go down just a bit into the legislation paragraph. Now, I want to be careful how to deal with this, because there are legal and procedural questions in mind. That second sentence begins, the 2020 Commission recommends creation. That, for me, is best addressed either in the next agenda item or with some sort of caveat. Maybe recommends consideration of, because we haven't had a decision to do that. We may have a decision to do that, but I'd rather be explicit about it, ideally in the next agenda item, rather than trying to debate it within the folds of this report. Okay, so that would be part of the motion. Then going farther down, in commissioner selection. Now, to be truthful, some of these things are where I get worried about the report, and I'm honestly not sure how I'm going to vote on the report. You see in the second line, with appropriate county leadership. And yet in the closing paragraph, there's reference to some of these same issues, including the size and diversity of the applicant pool with regard to county staff. Now, I'm sorry to be the detail guy, but for me, those are two very different phrases that need to be done. I think the simplest solution is to keep the words just before that, qualified group of commissioners and recommends, and then I would delete everything afterwards through the word process in the next line. And then add considering steps. Now, again, that's frankly to clean up one part of the report that I saw with that county leadership versus county staff question, as well as what's actually being recommended. Recommending considering steps or consideration of steps seems to be the theme in at least a good bit of the report. Next page. Under budget. Is that farther down? No, we passed it. There we go. At the end of the first paragraph, specific recommendations, add the words to consider. Okay. And then more for grammar than anything else, in number 2, rather than write the word, I delete the word consider and make it establish. Okay. Number 3 stays as is. Number 4, again, delete the word consider and make the word establish. Co-Vice Chair Katerina, I'm sorry if I missed your hand. for a bit there.
No, just when you're done, I just wanted to mention something. Thank you.
Okay, not too much more. Good. Under leadership, which I think is 2 further down, right? On that page though, hold on. Right, so after the word bylaws, at the last word on that page, where's the commission bylaws? Nope, right there. Some of the, add the words as a new sentence. Some of the specific suggestions to consider include, colon. Okay. Please go down, I think it's actually 2 pages ahead on consultants. Keep going a little farther, hold on. Nope, a little farther up. Before that list, right. On the middle of the screen, right before the number 1, specific recommendations are summarized below. I would say specific suggestions are summarized below. And then please proceed to mapping considerations. Good. Where the word specifically appears, delete specific, delete the ALY, make it specific. And then suggestions to consider include. Then in public comment, farther down. In the last sentence before number 1, several commissioners suggested consideration of. Okay. All right. Before I take other speakers, let me ask if there is a second on that motion.
A second.
Okay. Okay. So I have Co-Vice Chair Katerina and then Commissioner Krugliak and then Commissioner Hanson, please.
Well, I don't want to usurp either Commissioner Kubliak or Commissioner Hanson's comments, but I'm going to say 2 things. One is we discussed this wording very carefully, and we chose the words very carefully and very specifically. Secondly, all of the comments made by commissioners are actually recommendations. And this is something that Commissioner Kubliak pointed out to me when I said, wait a minute, that's not a recommendation. And she said, every input into the lessons learned is a recommendation. There is a comment, an action, the SWOT analysis, and the recommendation. And when you look at table, that's exactly what it says, recommendation. So I understand, Chair Boehm, why you want to couch the language a little bit, but I want the rest of the commission to know that the ad hoc committee did consider these points very carefully, chose our words carefully, and almost, well, everything that's in the lessons learned report is a recommendation, every item. It is we don't have to take it, nobody has to use it, but it is a recommendation. It is one person's opinion on a topic. And it's their opinion of what they are recommending we do. So that's all I will say on that. And I would say, to me at this point, I don't dislike all of the recommendations Chair Boehm has made, but I would consider this an unfriendly amendment at this point.
Thank you for that. Commissioners Krugliak, then Hanson, then Dostal. Commissioner Krugliak.
You're muted.
I'm very sorry. Okay, so
Go
Commissioner
ahead, mute.
Krugliak.
Thank you,
Go ahead.
Commissioner Dostal. I just want to echo Co-Vice Chair Katerina. We don't intend We never intended, and I don't think the mandate of the ad hoc was to make recommendations. The mandate of the ad hoc was to summarize the feedback as impartially and succinctly as possible. We did not make any recommendations. Commissioners made recommendations. And I think that we state that those recommendations included, and they did. So I don't think that it's appropriate to say recommendations for consideration, because we didn't make recommendations for consideration. We made recommendations as part of our lessons learned process. And the only thing that the report is doing is stating that these are what the commissioners varied, oftentimes disagreeing, recommendations were.
Thank you. Commissioner Henson?
I concur with what my colleagues have said. I also believe that the task with which the ad hoc commission was given was to do the kind of wordsmithing that is now being done by one commissioner after the fact. And I don't think that is in the spirit of an ad hoc commission. I think that people that want to have that kind of input need to be on the committee in the first place and not try to second guess without having been privy to all of the decision-making that was used to get to the point where we are now.
Thank you. Commissioner Dustle?
Yeah, I was going to say, I like the suggestion, and another suggestion I was going to make, kind of similar, but was just something in the first paragraph about, I like that it says at the last sentence of the first paragraph of the report, full commission comments are included in Appendix 2. I thought maybe we could add something about, this is a summary of the overall, which I think is what you did. You summarized what the most, common comments were where there was consistency. But like, for example, there were things in the report that I don't agree with the recommendation or, that specific recommendation. My recommendation was different. I think there were several like that. So I was thinking maybe we could put something in the first paragraph that just says something along those lines about these are summaries of the most received comments, but there were, different opinions on things, and then say all commission comments are in the appendix, something along those lines. Sorry, I don't have it drafted up, but that's what I was thinking of, a way to just kind of clarify, like I said, you did a great job and I would approve this report, even though I don't agree with everything that was suggested, but I would like to see something that says, just kind of points that out. We didn't 100% all make these same suggestions.
Thank you for that. And with the commission's permission, I'll ask Commissioner Dostal to come up with language on that, because I would agree with her, and that would make a change to the amendment I moved, she seconded, for the commission's consideration, just to have it within one package. So thank you for that. I have Commissioner Larson and then Commissioner Pons.
Yes, thank you. Well, on the behalf of the ad hoc committee, I want to say we really did consider the language, and using the SWOT form that we were initially given to use, almost everything that we got back as comments were really recommendations, and they're called that way. So I consider this an unfriendly amendment.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Pons?
Again, a very good report. My question is, what's the value added of using the phrase several commissioners? Because this is our report, and it sounds like we're parsing the commissioners as some thought there was value added and others didn't. So is there value in adding the phrase several commissioners in the report? I think it's just, I just don't think it's value added in sort of adding that. It's not a clarifier. So what do you think? This is to the ad hoc committee, by the way.
Okay, I want to be careful about what amendments we're talking about when. I'm happy to allow the conversation to keep going for the sake of efficiency. But just to clarify, Commissioner Pons, are you saying the words several commissioners when they appear in the report, is that a worthwhile point? I've got 4 other commissioners ready to speak. I've got this could be another motion. This could be incorporated in this motion. I'm happy to tackle it as like. I would like to allow an ad hoc committee member to respond to Commissioner Pons' question. Commissioners, Vice Chair Garcia or Commissioner Kuliak, your hands are up, but I know that's also to speak. Would any member of the ad hoc committee want to respond to Commissioner Pons?
I think Commissioner Kuliak can respond.
I wanted to respond to Commissioner Pons, actually. I think that's a really great point, and it kind of gets to Commissioner Dostal's question as well. Our intention really was to summarize all of the feedback received, and accurately, many of the comments we received were not unanimous. And to Commissioner Dostal's point, there were actually several where the feedback disagreed. And we tried to be open about that. There are comments in there saying that the feedback differed on the best way to approach what was observed as a common problem. So I think it's appropriate to reference individual commissioners' comments because they are not, again, this report is not our commission's single lessons learned. It's a summary of all of the lessons learned from individual commissioners. It's a readable version of the 150 some comments we received. I would kind of prefer that Commissioner Dostal, if there's a particular lesson learned that you think was ignored or not captured or was not appropriately reflected in the report, I would prefer to add that in rather than simply kind of gloss over it and say only some of it's there, because the intent was to really capture all of it.
All right. Let me say 2 things. I think Commissioner Dostal is still drafting and considering. So do you want the floor now to respond to that, or?
Sure. Yeah, because I brought this up at the last meeting and I said, I know this is not, it sounds like the majority of the commission disagrees with me, but I just want to put it out there that I actually think we really need to rely more on staff and have them. And so basically everywhere where it says commission needs to be more involved in these decisions, commission needs to hire outside counsel. I mean, those are the things that I didn't agree with. I thought that really the way we did it in Chula Vista, which was that the staff came in and did those things before we were even seated, worked really well and saved the commission a lot of time. So it's kind of a big, there were lots of spaces where, again, where I thought we actually should have pulled back more and focused more on mapping. So I don't know if there's a way to actually go through and, sort of, I don't want to line it. That's why I just wanted to say, I like that we can just say refer to the comments because they were not all consistent. Does that make sense?
Co-Vice Chair Garcia, you've been very patient. If you don't mind, I'm going to take the floor for just a moment because I'm just doing a count in my head of the commissioners who spoke. And with Commissioner Dostal's permission, I'm going to withdraw the comments that I just made because I don't think there's sufficient support for it. And I want to keep things moving along. I also think there is support for some of the things Commissioner Dostal just mentioned. So I want to turn to that as what amounts to the next motion in just a moment. Before I do, however, I do feel obliged to respond to some things. Commissioner Hanson, I hope it is understood, and I very much don't want to leave any impression other than I appreciate the opportunity to contribute to discussions when someone cannot join an ad hoc committee. I would think and would hope that the ad hoc committee would welcome such comments as Commissioner Kuliak just described. I do think it's factually inaccurate to say there's nothing in the document that recommends something. In the legislation section, the 2020 Commission recommends creation of a task force. That is a recommendation from as written from the commission. That decision, to the best of my knowledge, has not happened. And that's where, again, I was trying to find ways to differentiate, because while the recommendations, I completely agree, were requested and included in the appendix, in the Excel spreadsheet, the motion that was so carefully laid out did not include the words "include recommendations." That was written into the second section of the motion, which we've now added to agenda item 7. I don't mean to say that the ad hoc committee did anything wrong. I'm just saying that the commission actively discussed and rejected the idea of a broad mandate. And so as chair, I just feel obliged to follow what the commission approved as its mandate. If the ad hoc has made its case, which I think they've done a very good job of, for why they wrote it the way they did, that's fine. I do disagree with a number of the characterizations. And again, for an 8-page document, with due respect to Commissioner Krugliak, I don't think I certainly have time tonight to introduce all the ideas I wish we could introduce from that are inherent in the report. I can tell you, for instance, that I mentioned interns. I don't think that's mentioned in the report at all. I'm not looking to have my pet rock delivered, but I do think that's one that would be reasonably easy to do and not particularly controversial, but it's not addressed particularly. There were several others, but I don't want to speak for other commissioners on what they think should be in there or not. And again, I don't think this undercuts the value of what the ad hoc committee has done in any way, shape, or form. Frankly, I find, as Commissioner Krugliak put it, to make the 150 recommendations digestible, I find the PowerPoint does that very, very well. But I very much recognize where we are. So I'll withdraw the motion I had. I will turn to Commissioner Dostal in just a moment, but Co-Vice Chair Garcia has been very, very kind letting me seize the floor. Please go ahead.
No problem. No apology needed, Chair Bain. So I actually just very quickly wanted to say that there is a big difference between a suggestion and a recommendation. And just wanted to agree with what the previous Co-Vice Chair Katarina and Commissioner Hansen and Commissioner Larson said about, and Commissioner Krugliak, about the fact that we were putting forth recommendations that commissioners had made in the lessons learned process. And I agree with Commissioner Dostal. I appreciate what Commissioner Krugliak said about if there's something in particular that we missed. And there are things of mine that aren't in this summary, right, that I would have liked to have seen. And we were just trying to accurately capture sort of the overall intent. We were trying to also capture when there were conflicts or contradicting recommendations. We wanted to make sure that that was in there. But I agree that it would, one of the things, and we were struggling with how much detail to put in this summary, right? And in my mind, I was thinking, we need to put as much in this report as possible because, you know, people won't necessarily go to the source document. Will the next commission go and read through that Excel document? Like, I hate reading through Excel documents. I complained that, you know, I was like, please don't give this report to us in an Excel document. So I completely agree that having something in, again, in the introduction, as you proposed, Commissioner Dostal, that directs readers to the source document, to the Excel document for all the details and all the, all the recommendations that were made that may not have made it into the lessons learned report, the summary, belongs in that introductory paragraph.
Very good. All right. Yeah, I know Co-Vice Chair Katarina wants the floor. Let me just ask, Commissioner Dostal, are you ready to present something? And if so, Co-Vice Chair Katarina, is that okay to turn to her?
I was just going to ask if Commissioner Krugliak, since she's so much more familiar and is good at typing things up quick, if she has something, if she agrees with it, if she could recommend something. I'm working on it, but I'm having writer's block, so.
I'm happy to do it. Maybe I can have a minute while Co-Vice Chair Katerina has the floor, and then I can share my screen again.
Very good.
Excellent.
Thank you
Thank
both.
you, Christina.
Co-Vice Chair Katerina.
Thank you, Chair Bain. We all looked at this document. We had council review it. We had staff review it. I have to agree that the statement in the legislation the 2020 Commission recommends is inaccurate. And it should either say several commissioners, as we used previously. So I went through and I just looked to see where else that came up, and it does come up in a few places. In most places, it's characterized appropriately. The 2020 commissioners' feedback consistently, blah, 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 under budget. So whenever we're ready, I would like to make, I hope somebody, I don't know if I can make a friendly amendment to my own motion. We could maybe talk about what we want to say instead, several commissioners or some such language, and just do a search and replace for that phrase when it says when recommends follows it. I hope that's all right for me to say now.
I'm sorry, because I want to make sure somebody's working on it while it goes. Can you repeat again what the intention there is when you see the word recommends?
No, not recommend. Well, so what I'm looking for is the phrase the 2020 Commission recommends.
Okay.
Because and so you were saying recommends consideration of, right, to change it. But I think that it is more accurate to either say several commissioners or several members or however we want to.
So maybe a global replace anywhere it says 2020 Commission followed by an action verb to several commissioners.
It's not.
Or is that too simple?
That simple.
Okay.
Because I'm going through it and I'm looking at it now, and it was, I mean, the one place it comes out where I feel that it needs a change is in the legislation. So let me see what the other, let's see.
Okay. Co-Vice Chair Katerina, if you don't mind, could you proceed with that? And we'll see. I think Commissioner Krugliak is still working. I would request, and I'd be willing to hear this. I'm not sure it needs a change, but looking over the issues I raised, I am still a bit concerned about the reference in the commissioner selection paragraph on page 1 to engage with appropriate county leadership, and the phrase on the last page about engaging with county staff regarding the diversity of the applicant pool. For now, maybe that's just a question to the ad hoc committee. Can someone define what staff or leadership was, or what was in mind for that?
I can address it if you'd like.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, so regarding the commissioner selection, prior to our formation, the county communications and county commissioners actively recruited for applicants, and perhaps some of you received such a enticement. And maybe Christina Krugliak, I don't want to interrupt your work, but I think you mentioned you might have responded because you got and you saw some some newsletter from a supervisor saying, hey, interested in redistricting, sign up to be on this committee. And so in that sense, that would be what county leadership is referring to. But we also noticed in this process was that some supervisors were more active and in their outreach than others. And that's why we had a significantly higher number of applicants in one district to consider because they were more actively engaged. Maybe that was a commissioner or a supervisor rather who had a more active outreach network. I don't know the answer to that. But the point was that it's if the leadership is recruiting, which is what they did last time, or county council's recruiting, we should make sure that we communicate that it needs to be done, by all the supervisors, not just one or two, and make sure that county communications is involved if as needed to do the necessary outreach to get a higher number of applicants. And that was what we referred to in county leadership. At the end, we were referring more to county staff, but that doesn't necessarily mean our staff either, right? So I think, are you talking about the personnel, or are you talking about way at the end, David?
I was talking way at the end because both seem to be directly addressing the question of strengthening the applicant pool. But I think you've clarified what I was most concerned about, that appropriate county leadership means supervisors.
And
correct?
potentially county council, right?
I'm sorry?
But, well, I mean, ideally, again, we can't tell them to do anything, but I think the indication is that whether it's county council or the supervisors, there needs to be more outreach done.
Yeah, my concern, and I say this both as an individual commissioner and as chair, is anytime there's an expression of interest in possibly talking directly to supervisors or their staff, I pay very, very close attention because this commission's been so good about that. Before I turn to Commissioner Diaz, Co-Vice Chair Katerina, that phrase though on commissioner selection is another one of those I would want addressed with regard to your earlier point. The sentence, as I see it, reads, the 2020 commission felt and recommends a task force to engage. If that's, so in effect, it reads the 2020 commission recommends a task force to engage. That for me is very close to the language in the legislation section that you were mentioning. So I just want to make sure the ad hoc committee has both of those in mind if they are so inclined to propose any changes along the lines of what you just proposed. Okay, Commissioner Diaz, then Commissioner Kugliak, please.
Thank you for clarifying that point. It wasn't clear to me either what was meant by county leadership. And I think we need to be very, very careful about pointing out where we found out about this opportunity in the first place. Actually, in full disclosure, I found out because actually by accident. I was on a county listserv, had nothing to do with, or no connection whatsoever to any board of supervisor, because my organization that I worked for is a member of, I think, the Live Well network. And Live Well is a separate entity in itself. And so I think that had I not found out through my work in the nonprofit world, I probably wouldn't have found out about this opportunity. So I raise that as a good point to consider when we're looking at outreach and what that looks like. And again, meet the people where they are. That's all I'll say.
Thank you. Commissioner Kugliak.
I was just ready to show some red lines if that makes sense.
Please go ahead. And commissioners, this will be, I believe, a motion in a second by Commissioners Kugliak and Dustal in some combination. We'll figure that out. But go ahead, please, and share your screen.
So this is the same red line. So the new change is to the introduction right here, the purpose of this report, etc. And don't need to read to you all.
Christina, can you blow that up a bit?
Andrew, do we need to read that out loud at this point for the record, or is it sufficient to just have it in here? Because my suspicion is this may become a friendly amendment.
It's sufficient. We've got it captured in the video recording.
Thank you very much. With commissioners having had a chance to read it, Commissioners Kugliak and Dustal, do one of you want to be the mover and one of you want to be the seconder?
Can I really quick show these two other changes because
Please,
I agreed
please. Sure.
with your comments. So here, this changes the 2020 Commission recommends to several commissioners recommended. The creation of a task force. And then here again, the Commission felt that it's delivered a diverse and qualified group of commissioners, and several commissioners recommended consideration of a task force. So that is no longer the Commission felt and recommends. See a comma there. And then I was additionally, the topic could go a little bit longer, but I was trying to again add in the one comment from Commissioner Dostal about maintain county support staff as per the 2020 framework, or expand use of county staff for give the on the fly typing, but for commission support, something like that, because if it is potentially a confliction, which we did try to capture here, Commissioner Dostal, that was this comment here, like keep it exactly as it is, no changes. Everyone knows they did a great job, or make changes like this. I don't think I appreciated that your comment expanded to additional functions outside of this personnel support function. So I hope that that's kind of captured above in the introduction, but I did want to also include it here if you're thinking that it should not just be maintaining, but even an expansion.
Yeah, I like that. Thank you.
And does that capture all the thoughts that were being discussed and exchanged? Good. So we'll take that as the motion, those additional changes. Let me just assign it then, if it's okay, to be moved by Commissioner Kugliak, seconded by Commissioner Dostal. I will therefore ask Co-Vice Chair Katarina and Commissioner Larson, am I correct that these, in guessing that these are to be considered friendly amendments?
Yes.
Good guess, yes.
I did have one question. Christina, did you make the change to the leadership section too? Or I just didn't, you were very efficient and scrolled by so quickly. The legislation rather, sorry.
No,
It was legislation.
Yes, I did make it. The
Okay,
legislation.
thank you. I was
Several
just wanting
commissioners
confirmation.
recommended.
Thank you.
Okay.
Chair Bame, if we could have that additional change shown on the screen real quick, that would be helpful.
Sure. Commissioner Kugliak, could you share your screen one more time? So it's the second sentence of the legislation paragraph, if I understand correctly.
Perfect. We've got that captured. Thank you so much.
Right. Very good. Co-Vice Chair Garcia, with appreciation for your patience.
Thank you. Would it make sense to make the other revisions that Co-Vice Chair Katarina was looking for, where it said the 2020 Commission, and perhaps we were going to change it to several commissioners, or did Commissioner Kugliak capture them all in the revisions we just saw?
Yeah, that's what she did in her revision.
Okay, I didn't realize it was all of them. Thank you.
I also agree. I think that captures all of them. I do want to make sure with the members of the ad hoc committee, all of this, it's fair to say, is accurately representing and is available in the appendix. This all represents inputs that were made. I feel that's true. I just want to make sure there's no objection from those who did the hard work on this. Good. And with that, we are approaching a vote because I don't think, now I apologize if I'm forgetting any motion or amendment recommendations that started to be discussed, but I think we're very close to a vote on the report. Let me ask one time, are there any other amendments to the language in the report? Then I'm going to ask staff and council for any comments they have, and then we'll turn to a vote. But are there any additional motions or recommendations for changes to the report itself? Very good. Counsel, any comments?
No, I support the changes that were made. I
Great.
don't have any legal issues with them.
Thank you. Barbara? Very good. So without any other requests for the floor, we will be voting on, Andrew, I think we've got this captured, the motion to approve. Now I've just put it aside again, sorry. Andrew, do you want to read the motion or?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Be approved the 2020 IRC Lessons Learned Summary and Appendices from the Lessons Learned Ad Hoc Committee as included in the agenda materials, and then also include with the following changes, and we will detail the changes that were shown on the screen.
Is that it with the following changes or as amended?
And as amended, yes.
Okay, and as amended, good. So commissioners, that is the vote we are taking on the amended version of the report, with deep thanks to Commissioner Kruglack and all others who contributed to the discussion, but particularly to someone sharing their screen. With that, Andrew, would you please call the roll for a vote?
Thank you. And again, names will be called in random order. Commissioner Russ,
I think I caught up and I approve. Aye.
Commissioner Diaz,
Sorry about that. Aye.
Commissioner Inman,
Aye.
Commissioner Pons,
Aye.
Commissioner Hanson,
Aye.
Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Co-Vice Chair Katarina,
Aye.
Chair Bain,
With thanks to commissioners for moving me to this point, abstain.
Commissioner Dostal,
Aye.
Commissioner Larson,
Aye.
Commissioner Krugliak,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Co-Vice Chair Garcia.
Aye.
Chair Bain, that motion passes with Commissioner Bain abstaining, all other commissioners who are present voting aye.
Very good. Thank you again, commissioners, especially for your patience with the process. I feel like that was a coherent, useful discussion that brought out a lot of thoughts on the fly. So your kind attention and specific attention to detail is greatly appreciated. We now move to agenda item 7, discussion and possible approval of recommendations for other actions based on lessons learned from the Lessons Learned Ad Hoc Committee. For this item, and again, I apologize if I've got it wrong, but I understand Co-Vice Chair Katarina will be providing a presentation. Do I have that correct?
I'm going to defer to Christina, I believe.
Okay, very good. So Commissioner Kugliak, thank you again. Christina, the floor is yours.
Oh, I don't think there needs to be a presentation. I think it's just the next slide. I think that's all I do now. I think I pass it to Commissioner Larson.
Very good. Commissioner Larson.
Yes, I will speak to the first bullet there. You may recall that several months ago, an ad hoc committee was formed to search out a VRA counsel, special counsel. And we got 2 responses to our request for quotation. One was from Bruce Edelson, who we accepted. And another was from a law firm here in Southern California called Best and Kruger, otherwise known as BBK. And we interviewed BBK and several of the lawyers who work for BBK, would be a better way to put it, and formed an opinion. We felt they were very qualified, but Bruce Edelson was better qualified. However, BBK had a lot of positive things that we could report on, and I think we did. Well, anyway, there was a sense in the current ad hoc committee that we had to consider what to do as next steps. And a possibility was that we would need a general counsel, because we all know that Marguerite is leaving at the end of the month and will no longer be our general counsel. And we also felt that should there be any meetings after the 1st of February, we would need a general counsel. So I was asked to solicit what we could actually expect receive if we went to BB&K and asked them to be our general counsel. So I called in to the fellow who responded to our RFQ, who was based in their Irvine, California office in Orange County. And we just spoke in generalities. I told him what we were trying to accomplish. And in response, he said that they would be willing to become a general counsel to us. The total role to be specified, of course, but just the general consideration. They would accept a on-call role. That is, we would only pay them for time used. And that we would have a 3-month trial period, which would cover us through next June. And we play it by ear from there. But they said on the average, they had a set rate. I don't want to go over that right now, but it was considerable. It's less than we've been paying for general counsel, put it that way. And because they are a Southern California firm, they do have a rather large San Diego office in downtown San Diego. And our support would be based out of there. We also learned that BB&K has performed similar work for the county over many years. I think they've been in California for 140 years or something like that. And I also want to point out that Mr. Smith is the one I dealt with. He really complimented our IRC for doing this lessons learned and for our consideration of this transition period and having a transition group to pass these lessons learned forward and do whatever else was necessary, including whatever we might do to advocate for changes in the law. He told me we could talk more, of course, when we had a definite plan in mind. But in the interim, he was going to talk to his partners about what other IRCs were doing and what they thought of some of our lessons learned, which I will send to them if it turns appropriate. So that's my report.
Thank you very much for that. Before we proceed, and I'll ask staff to take this down for a moment. I'm afraid I've made a bit of a blunder, and I need to ask the ad hoc committee what they'd like to do about it. When we departed item 6 and moved to item 7, I completely forgot about the second proposed motion in topic under item 6, the delivery of the report. As an initial way to just keep moving forward, I'll offer at least 2 options, but I'd be happy to hear others. One would be that we take a motion to reopen item 6 and go back to that. Another would be, since this model has worked before, that the commission authorize the officers to construct what amounts to a cover letter for delivery to in the appropriate county channel. Now, we could take that up as an agenda item, I think, with clerk and counsel's permission and agreement under this agenda item so that we don't have to go through a voting process. We could, if the commission's so willing, just authorize that and approve that without a formal vote, because I think it's within the power of the bylaws from my perspective. I'm just trying to find the shortest distance between A and B for a mistake I made and take full responsibility for, and I apologize for. Co-Vice Chair Katerina.
I don't know how we all missed that, David, but there it is. My apologies too. I had a debate in my head anyway about whether or not that couldn't be something that is added to agenda item 7 as a potential motion. I was just trying to look up to see how the motion was added. how it was phrased, and let me see if I can get to it. But so if that's a possibility, I would probably want to ask legal counsel what our best path forward is, if it, because I think the motion for 7.2 or 7.2 is pretty broad.
I would interpret item 7 as allowing a motion about delivering the report to be considered. I first want to make sure that's agreeable to the ad hoc. Is it okay with the ad hoc if we do this under the current agenda item? Seeing no objection from the ad hoc members. Mr. Potter, from your perspective as clerk, is that acceptable?
That's acceptable to me.
Good. Marguerite, from a council perspective, is that acceptable?
Yes, I had, it was the bell that didn't ring. Somebody just didn't make that motion. And it could be wound under item 7. It's, they both flow from the January 12 actions.
Very good. All right. So we will find a way to bring that up. And if we leave item 7 without doing it, it's not my fault this time. Okay. So let me ask the ad hoc. Commissioner Larson, thank you for presenting on that issue. Is there any additional comment or presentation to be made on the other issue on the, and I at minimum, I'd like to know what we're talking about. Is it a task force, a transition group, an advisory, a transition team, an advisory group? What's the term to art? Co-Vice Chair Katerina.
I will just speak as quickly as I can. I have a little sore throat, so I'm having a cough drop now. So if I cough, please accept my apologies in advance. This was really something that we, as an ad hoc, didn't feel that we could make a decision on. So in the language in the motion, it says note Brown Act considerations. So frankly, it doesn't make sense to form a committee, an official committee to do this. And if there were a terminology that were acceptable that would allow us, an ad hoc is supposed to be a temporary committee. So something that lasts potentially 8 years is not really very temporary. I think we could all agree. Is a task force sufficient? I know that we had talked about using the term working group. I don't recall, I mean, unfortunately off the top of my head, whether or not we could do that, or if we could just create an advocacy group or a team. So I really wanted to hear from Marguerite to find out what our options are for the naming of our task force, whatever we're going to call it.
So in following the previous procedure, I was going to call on both Marguerite and Barbara for their perspectives before we got to clarifying questions, which I'm not sure. Well, we certainly could have some clarifying questions on the issue Commissioner Larson briefed on. Are there any other requests for the floor before I turn to Marguerite and Barbara? Very good. So Marguerite, please go ahead.
Yeah, can I want to make one comment about, I mean, do we have a motion? We don't have a motion on the floor with regard to council. So prior to the making that motion, I want to suggest something just for your consideration. The motion that was in the PowerPoint is specific to BB&K. I am a strong advocate for you having general counsel, but forming your motion around BBK, if that falls through, you're without anything. My concern with BB&K, and I know them, I work with them, they are an excellent firm, is my recollection that when they applied for the special counsel provision, they disclosed that they would need county waivers in order to do that. We have no control over whether the county is going to grant those waivers. So that's number one. I don't want you to be limited. I mean, you can certainly pursue BB&K, but if it falls through, I think you need counsel. I would like to see, I would ask you to consider a broader motion. And of course, this would be retained by the county. And obviously, I think your motion anticipated compliance with county procedures. But just thinking back on where we were with BB&K before, and knowing about the conflicts, they do work for the county. If the county is unwilling to grant a waiver, you're without general counsel. So just a suggestion with regard to the eventual framing of that motion. So having had the privilege of seeing the PowerPoint ahead of time, I put together some just characteristics of an ad hoc, not an ad hoc, a standing committee. And what was interesting is, Commissioner Katerina, I so appreciate your working with the language to try to get around to linguistically what the requirements are. But I found an Attorney General opinion where the motion was formulated actually to state this doesn't have continuing jurisdiction, this entity is not a standing committee, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the Attorney General basically ruled that you cannot get around the requirements of the Brown Act through artful drafting or terminology. So with that in mind, I'm going to talk about alternatives and what the a standing committee would look like. And when I get through the legal, then it's going to be, the questions are going to be, obviously, I'm supportive of legal support. You need that. There's going to be budgeting, staffing, physical facilities, and logistics that need to be considered. So what are some of the Brown Act constraints surrounding a standing committee? And I will just say how you have been operating as a commission applies to a standing committee. It's created by operation of the IRC. The IRC would create it. It has to be less than a quorum. It would have continuing jurisdiction, meaning it needs no renewal over whatever subject matter that you assign to it. In this case, there's been no commission decision on that yet, but there could be. Just by way of contrast, you've been working effectively through ad hoc committees. Those are less than a quorum. They're charged with accomplishing a specific task in a short period of time. And the ultimate decision on whatever they do comes back to the commission. That's the same with a standing committee as well. What does the Brown Act require? You have to meet in public. You have to have a posted notice and agenda. There's a limitation on committee meetings to agenda items. There are requirements for posting the agenda and ADA and other language requirements for alternative formats. You need to have a meeting location that's publicly accessible, and the public has the right to comment. Virtual meetings are permissible under currently operating regulations, but the commission would have to re-up those regulations every 30 days. Right now, there is in place a specific public health order that has to be in effect to allow the virtual format under which we've been operating. And that also requires this updated resolution every 30 days. And I do want to mention, I believe that the governor's emergency order is repealed in a couple of months. So we need to look into that. All of this needs to be worked through. There is a right of public comment to your agenda items, and the public will have a right to the documents that are distributed to a majority of the task force. So as I say, a standing committee is subject to everything that the IRC is doing right now for special meetings that would apply. So question, trying to think ahead, can the task force create its own subcommittees and have the work done through subcommittees? And the answer to that is no, because committees have to be formed by the commission, have to be formed by action of the commission. So it's a fairly heavy lift legally. It's going to require logistical support. It's going to require more than what your ad hocs have been accustomed to working with. And as I say, it is burdened enough with legal requirements that before you go here, for sure, you need to have legal counsel to advise you.
Before I open the floor for questions to any of the speakers, let me turn to Barbara for any staff perspectives on this.
Thank you, Chair. So Marguerite laid out a lot of the considerations based on the direction that's taken that would then determine what kind of any support the county would be able to provide, because as we know, we're slated to, we would need to determine if that's reasonable considering where the group is with this having completed the redistricting process. And then the last thing I'll just mention is I mentioned it in my memo, but also I've released staff into other assignments. So depending on what happens here would determine what, if any, support and what would be reasonable for ongoing support and what that would look like. And then the other piece is on the council component, I'm not able to speak for county council, but again, going to some of the concerns that Marguerite brought up about a particular entity or a discussion or what could be perceived as any kind of negotiation with a perceived entity, I would gather that council or whoever is going to be contracting in this case, if it's through the county, would be through county council, would want to weigh in on that. That's all, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. So for clarifying questions, and again, I very much appreciate how commissioners are being careful to focus on the clarifying questions first, then we'll have public comment, then we'll have a motion and full discussion. I assume the hands I'm seeing are for clarifying questions. So Co-Vice Chair Katarina, then Commissioner Inman, then Commissioner Krugliak. Co-Vice Chair Katarina, please.
Thank you, Chair Boehm, and thank you, Marguerite and Barbara, for your comments. So just to be clear, if we weren't drafting this to avoid the Brown Act, we were, and if I communicated that, I apologize. But we know that, for example, the Los Angeles County IRC had working groups that were not bound by the same requirements because they were not a majority of commissioners, similar to what we have for our task force, what we have in our ad hocs. And so one of my questions is, can we use a working group moniker, if you will, and create a group of commissioners who are under the majority number that we need to stay under and still be able to operate independently, if you will. So that's my question. First question. Go ahead, Marguerite.
Okay, and the answer is yes, but it would have to have the characteristics of an ad hoc committee. It'd have to have a specific assignment and short-term existence. In other words, and a report back to the commission for commission action. So you could form an ad hoc committee similar to how you're working now. but we have no commission meetings scheduled. We don't have an infrastructure for getting those scheduled. There's how are meetings going to be called? But the answer is with an appropriate dome over it, where the ad hoc completes its tasks and comes back to the commission with a completed task, just like this ad hoc did. It can be done. But right now, the commission is not scheduled to be meeting. And so any committee, it seems to me, that is formulated at this point has kind of a continuing mandate.
Can I ask my second question, Chair Bang?
Please.
And just to be clear, we are commissioners until the next commission in 2030 is seated, is chosen. And so I would think that even a short-term task force to decide how to move forward might be advisable, whatever we want to call it, looking forward. But it seems to me, based on the lessons learned report, and there are lots of directions in the lessons learned report, and we could just look at the list that was at the end of item 6, the closeout and the lessons learned, to see some of those. There may be some opportunities for us to reconvene in some future time, if so desired. But I feel like we're now in a position where we were before, which is decisions are being made for us and not us making the decisions, and we're still the commission. So I think we should be allowed to discuss this and run it through all the possibilities. And that I'll defer to the next speaker.
Co-Vice Chair Katarina, was there a question there? Okay, so Commissioners Inman, Krugliak, and then Dustall. Commissioner Inman.
Yes, thank you. So I have a question that goes back to Commissioner Larson, I think. And so I think it's a clarifying question on that. I assume I can, okay. So we talk about retaining legal counsel. To retain, is that a $0 amount, or is there a fixed fee that you put forward and then they charge against that? Can we do this 3-month thing at no cost? I guess that was.
As I understand what our informal discussions were, yes, they will take it on as an assignment on a really a cost-plus basis. And if we ask them for help, like formulating an agenda or advising us on the Brown Act, yes, they'll bill us, but otherwise they will not. And he seemed to be willing to consider the whole 8 years and run up to the next IRC. But I told him we really wanted to give it a try for 3 months or so. If no litigation occurs and there aren't really any legal issues, then just on a ad hoc 0 fee between calls is acceptable to them, I believe. But that's all negotiable. We have to really get serious in talking to them.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify about setting up the, well, I'll call it an ad hoc, just to make sure I understand. If we were to create an ad hoc group to consider lessons learned and recommendations, that group can meet informally. We always have. We could use our own Zoom to do that. We don't need any county support for an ad hoc to meet. We don't need to have documented records. We don't need to record our calls, anything like that. And so the ad hoc can meet until such time as they're ready to report. Then they would go back to the clerk of the board at that point, I suppose, and say we need to convene the commission. and present the report. And that would trigger a full commission meeting to consider whatever it is the ad hoc created. I just want to make sure I understand the legit or the process that would transpire.
Is that to me, Commissioner Inman? My concern is that the lack of a limitation on the assignment and the indefinite time turns this into a standing committee on the recommendations and begins to invoke Brown Act requirements. If it were structured that the ad hoc had a particular assignment and would be returning to the commission with its recommendation on that assignment in June, assuming everything else is in place, that could be structured as you have been working now. But with the open-endedness and the broad mandate, I think, given the way the Brown Act is applied, you would be subject to its requirements.
Thank you. So Commissioner Kruglia?
Legally, if the commission was not interested in setting up a standing committee or an ad hoc committee or anything formal under a motion, but broadly in terms agrees that such work would be useful, and I think that's clearly already stated based on the feedback we've received from the lessons learned, and we don't do anything, but some very proactive, wonderful commissioners decide that they'd like to do it on their own. Is that a Brown Act violation, Marguerite? Because broadly, we thought it would be a good idea, but we didn't authorize anything. I'm not interested in authorizing anything, but if they did it, hats off to them and good luck and Godspeed.
Individual commissioners and individual action is not controlled by the Brown Act.
What if there were 3 or 4 or anything less than a quorum of commissioners who thought it was important and wanted to get together?
A committee, whether standing or ad hoc, needs to be formed by commission action. And however, let me make a qualification here. There is a case out there that said the commission, even the commission's knowledge that there was a meeting going on was sufficient. It was a case where a suggestion was made at a meeting. Committee formed outside of suggestion. There was no formal order, no formal resolution. The public demanded to know what was going on with that group, and the court held, well, you know, just the mere suggestion of it was enough. So we need to be very careful there.
Thank you. Commissioner Dostal, then Co-Vice Chair Katerina.
Marguerite, my question is for you also. Assuming we do not, because I don't support, I'll just throw it out there that I don't support forming any committees whatsoever, ad hoc or otherwise, but assuming we don't do that, we shouldn't be having any other meetings. I understand we need general counsel. I definitely understand the importance of why we need general counsel for our meetings. If we don't form a committee, if basically we're done until for some reason we get called back, I don't know why, do we, you know, I'm just trying to wrap my head around hiring counsel right now when we're basically done with our mandate of doing the maps. Can you give us some context for that?
Okay. if you're not going to be active, either in committees or as a commission, then I don't think you do. The things we're watching out for right now, and I'm working very closely with staff on Public Records Act requests, and we will have those completed by the end of the month. And you've all been very cooperative and helpful with responding when I've asked for information. Thank you. And so we'll get that done. The other, we need to be on the lookout for litigation, but that would normally come to County Counsel's office. The county would be served. And at that point, the appropriate personnel, and I believe from the staff memo, notice would go to Andrew, and Andrew would coordinate with the officers, I would imagine. At that point, it would be important to retain counsel, for sure. In the meantime, I imagine that County Counsel would wall off an individual to protect you until litigation counsel came on board. That's not unusual. It happens in firms, just as in a transition area. But you would not be unprotected in that situation.
Thank you.
Co-Vice Chair Katerina.
You know, I guess this is what I was thinking about earlier, and it kind of speaks a little bit to what you just talked about, Marguerite, regarding what happens if there's litigation, because, you know, and I think, you know, if it happens, say, next Tuesday, do we want to be involved? I mean, should the commission be involved? And those are the things that I'm thinking about. I mean, if we cannot have a working group established, I think we should think about short-term options and see if there's something we want to do for the 3-month period to get a potential legal counsel under control. I think there are a lot of tasks to be done on the closeout and transition, just looking at the lessons learned list on the presentation today. There are certainly things that we could carve out of that to identify what our task might be. So I do think that there is still opportunity to talk about it. I mean, I think the frustration for me is that it seems like there are several commissioners, as we use the phrase in our lessons learned, who support some kind of transition. And I'm hoping that there's a way we can figure out how to do that. And even if it's only a short-term function, it might be worthwhile for a 3-month period, for example. And, you know, regarding logistics, I think we would have to use the same process that anybody else.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I do feel like it would be best if we did this after clarifying questions.
Okay, that's
The
fine.
points are all completely valid. And I do want to bring them up, but I want to make sure everyone has a fair chance. So again, is there a question on any of that you'd like clarified right now? Or do you want to save it until we actually get to discussion under a motion?
I'll wait, thank you.
Thank you. Co-Vice Chair Garcia.
I think this is a clarifying question, but if it's not, I'm happy to put it, wait till later. Would it be helpful, because I'm a little bit, and I was on the ad hoc committee, but would it be helpful to look at the task force, advisory committee, working group recommendations? I think there were a list of 5 or 6 or 7 bullet points. Would it be helpful to pull that up so that we could actually see what we're talking about, or is this premature? I'm not sure.
No, well, premature or not, I think it's a very valid point and a way forward, given that the report is now approved. I would just prefer to do that within discussion of a motion, maybe that incorporates those 7 points as the starting point for a discussion, rather than in clarifying questions, so that we can get on, because among other things, I want to make sure the public has a chance to comment soon, but it's a fair point. please.
I guess for me, it would be difficult to even figure out, and maybe for the other commissioners, what the motions might be if we actually can't be reminded of what those 7 or
That's fair.
whatever it is.
Yeah, okay.
Recommendations.
So we'll take it as a clarifying question about whether those 7 topics have any specific concerns along the lines of what council and staff have just described. Staff, can I ask you to bring up the 7 points that were at the, is it fair to say at the end of the report? Is that the
Slide-
right?
I think it's on slide 15, David.
Or use slide 15? Fine. Good. Is that okay to use? Co-Vice Chair Garcia, it's your list, so or we'll go to the PowerPoint. Thank you. And I will add one specific question on whether item 2 runs into issues with regard to political activity, given where we are now. And I mean that very openly. I'm simply not sure. But let me turn to council first and then staff. Any comments on those, how the comments you've just made, and thank you for blowing it up, apply to those 7 points?
Um,
And it can be offered later too, but it's
Yeah,
a good.
let me look at them. I want to look at the lobby provisions. I think you're okay because we have engaged in it before. But I want to take a look at those while we're on the phone, on the Zoom meeting. I'm comfortable with the others.
From a legal perspective.
Yeah, from a legal perspective.
Okay. Barbara, do you want to offer any comment on this from a staffing perspective?
No, let me wait and see what legal says on this.
Understood. Okay. Commissioners, does anyone need that kept up for any longer? Okay. Co-Vice Chair Garcia, thank you very much for that. Staff, I'd ask you to close that up. Thank you. Good. Any other clarifying questions? Very good. Andrew, are there any requests from the public to speak on this agenda item?
Chair Boehm, there are no requests to speak on this item. And like I did previously, if there are any members of the public that are participating, if they'd like to address the commission on this item, please raise your virtual hand in Zoom. Not seeing any virtual hands raised. That concludes the opportunity to public comment on this item, Chair Boehm.
Okay. So thank you again very much for that. And again, thanks for the attention to procedure. It really does help keep things moving. Before we dive into this, let me just offer that the rest of the agenda, just as a reminder, includes a discussion about the, or at least an opportunity for commissioners to discuss the transition of 2020 IRC to post-mapping status, the monthly budget update, and then a recess to consider the minutes. So we still have those things facing us. If I understood the conversation correctly, there are at least 2 and possibly 3 motions to be considered. One would be the issue we discussed earlier, the question of transmitting or delivering the report, the lessons learned report, to appropriate county entity, person, or organization. One would be the question of general counsel. I'm not doing these in order right now. I'm just doing them from what I remember. And one would be whether to create, I'll use the word task force for now, subject to the conditions and questions that were raised in the earlier conversation. That will obviously need a little bit of refinement. I suppose from my perspective, it would be easiest to go in that order because it's kind of simplest to most complex. Any objection to that? So with that, is there a motion? And we can pull up the earlier screen on delivery of the lessons learned report. And I would want some wording, either read at dictation speed or provided from the earlier presentation. Co-Vice Chair Katerina.
I would like to move that, and I'm just going to use the recommended motion and we can adjust as needed. Deliver copies of the lessons learned report to the San Diego County Board of Supervisors and the Chief Administrative Officer.
Second.
Okay, so that's moved by Co-Vice Chair Katerina, second by Commissioner Chen, correct? Good. Okay. Does everyone have that motion in mind? Is that clear enough? Any discussion? I would like to ask particularly Andrew or Barbara, but also Marguerite, if they have any comment on that delivery of the report issue as just framed by Co-Vice Chair Katerina's motion.
I have a question, and I think it's worth discussing. Given the independent nature of the committee, the county does have particular authority, and the board has particular obligations with regard to the commission. And those are staffing and funding. I think those need to be investigated more deeply. My concern about delivery of the report is that it gets into the appropriate hands where it will be effective. And given the hands-off responsibility of the Board of Supervisors, I do want to raise the question if that is the appropriate recipient. I'll point this out, and perhaps Andrew can help along here. Andrew, I don't want to put you on the spot, that the process of selection was set up by administratively. And perhaps the most effective delivery is to the CAO. That has been our contact with the county in nearly all important respects. We delivered our reports there, we delivered our plan there. And it seems to me that process was corrected. I have got pictures of Andrews pulling your names out of the basket. And timing when that got started, outreach was not specified by statute. And we learned some lessons there. You learned some lessons and have recommendations. And my question is whether really the appropriate and most effective recipient is the Board of Supervisors. They might look at it and say, I mean, they're very respectful of you and they were receptive to your plan, but are they just going to say, what are we going to do with this? It's just a thought. It's not legal for sure, but a thought on recipient.
And before I turn to Andrew or Barbara, Co-Vice Chair Katerina, did you want to take the floor now?
Yeah, well, we did discuss this a little bit in our ad hoc committee, and one of the things that I mentioned was, we started this organization with a budget that the County Board of Supervisors approved. Unfortunately, they didn't plan for it, so it had to come out of the general funds, and there were general funds available, for these kinds of things, and maybe it wasn't so much money to them. But it would be, I think, one of the recommendations I think I made was that, they need to have a budget, and it might be helpful for them to have a reminder that, oh yeah, this is coming in 2029 and I need to have a budget or whatever that is. I don't know, Barbara, it's this is probably the year and a half before 2028. So there's an example of why it might be appropriate to send it to the Board of Supervisors. I would also say it would be completely appropriate for a small group to an open board meeting and present it in open session in public comment. And then it's done transparently and cleanly in a public way. And it won't involve our staff having to videotape something and, you know, make it available online. So I think that there are reasons to want to give this information to them. I think if we do go down the path, or any of us, let's just say on our own, or if we do decide to do a task force and want to talk about some of the legislative changes, they're the people who are going to be making those changes. And this information would be a helpful document to have, not to have to go searching for, because there won't be anyone to give it to them. So those are my two thoughts. We have public, we can do it in open session in a supervisor's meeting, and that would be and they would be appropriate because of budgetary issues and some of the other statutory issues that perhaps could be changed in the future.
Okay, I've got two commissioners who wish to speak. We've had a couple of questions directed to the clerk, and I think staff may want to weigh in. As always, I will put commissioners first and ask Commissioners Larson and Dustal just to bear in mind, we still have to hear from the clerk. Commissioner Larson.
Okay, well, to follow up on what Amy said, our Board of Supervisors are the elected officials, and they really are the leadership of the county. And they in turn are following the initiative from 2008, which established the independent commissions that we've implemented. So I think they should know what happened. They may not have known a year ago or so when they did the budget, what we would do or how it would come out. But now they know. And while not at the county level, but in other levels of government where there's been redistricting, people's lives have really changed because of that. And I think redistricting is going to, by independent commissions, is going to be more seriously looked at in the future.
Okay, thank you for that. Commissioner Dustal, that's a withdrawal of hand, correct?
I'm just confused. We don't have a motion yet, right? So this isn't like discussion time, right?
We do not, it's not really discussion time. It was a function of the point that council wanted to make. I'm sorry, we do have a motion on the floor. The motion on the floor is what Co-Vice Chair Katerina read out regarding delivery to the Board of Supervisors and CAO. I'll defer to her for the exact wording, but that's the motion on the floor that we're handling. Sorry.
Okay, because I wanted to change it to, I don't know if this is the right time, but I think Marguerite raised excellent points, and this isn't the same Board of Supervisors that's going to be there in 10 years. So it'll be on our website, it'll be available. So I would just suggest that it be the GAO. But like I said, I'm not sure if that's the right time to bring it up.
The CAO.
CAO, sorry.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. I'll ask you to hold on that for a moment, because I think with no other commissioners requesting the floor, this is an excellent time to offer the clerk and staff lead a chance to speak. Andrew, did you want to say anything?
Sure, I certainly appreciate Marguerite's comments. As you all will recall, back in 2020, early days of 2020, my office was responsible for the selection process. And certainly following what's in the elections code, there was a clear separation from the Board of Supervisors. And I was prohibited from discussing anything related to the selection process with the board or their staff. So, I just in that context appreciate what Marguerite was bringing up. And in terms of the budget and in terms of administrative responsibilities, the Chief Administrative Officer every year presents a recommended budget to the Board of Supervisors. Now, obviously, the Board of Supervisors has final approval of that budget, but it is the CAO's recommended budget. So I think it's certainly appropriate to provide the lessons learned to the CAO. The alternative is to submit it to the CAO as well as to me, since my office is responsible for the selection process and sort of kicks off this redistricting effort, unless there's legislation that changes that. But that certainly is one option. Happy to answer any further questions.
Thank you for that. Let me offer Barbara the floor for a moment in case she has anything she wants to contribute.
Andrew and Marguerite covered. I think the only thing I would add would be related to the budget. So we know that with this being the first time, it wasn't that they were not aware that it was coming. It wasn't that they weren't planning or preparing for it. It was just there were a lot of unknowns, right? This was the inaugural IRC. We didn't have a number, but as soon as in October, the initial request was made, it was approved for the preliminary support, and then there was a subsequent request. It went forward. I'm not aware that there were any delays or impacts for the IRC being able to get, moving as a result of that budget, but definitely I agree with Andrew that now that we've done this cycle and there's the lessons learned, that would be woven into future operational plans when it gets closer to that time and appropriate.
And I feel I would be remiss if I didn't remind commissioners that whatever was going on with the budget originally, staff and others were able to secure the supplemental that we wanted after some really good work by the commission and the budget ad hoc committee from many months ago to get what resources were needed. And any other discussions that went on by summer, well before we entered the mapping process, we knew we had resources, we knew what they were, and we knew what we wanted. That for me was a great success story. And when I played a very small role, and I did almost nothing on that, that was thanks to members of the budget ad hoc committee and particularly to staff. So I'm confident that will be taken care of. Let me stop there and ask Co-Vice Chair Katerina to take the floor.
Okay, sorry. So I'm looking back at the summary of the lessons learned, and I'm seeing a lot of really great suggestions that have to come relatively soon. I mean, within 8 years from if the Board of Supervisors wants to consider these issues. So and I do think it's important for them to get this report. And so, for example, one of the comments was, can the county form the commission earlier than October 8th? So that some of this housekeeping stuff that we ended up having time to do. But if a commission is formed and set and started on December 15th, by December 15th, and they have to have all their work done by April 15th, all the setup work, if you know what I'm saying, by April 15th, when the census is supposed to come out, the 2030 census. It doesn't give a lot of time for planning, and some of the training that we were able to do could be done earlier. And if you look at when the California State Commission formed, they formed in July or August, I think, late July, early August. So those are the kinds of things that the County Board of Supervisors would have to consider, right? Because those would be, potentially changes to the charter, I believe. Some of these things aren't in the charter, but it may be something that needs to be changed in policies and procedures. And I just don't think it's, I don't know why there is such a hesitation to have us interact with the County Board of Supervisors, and certainly in a public setting. I don't think we're asking for a meeting, but in a public setting, I don't see why there isn't an opportunity for us to engage in this delivery of reports. To me, they need to have the information, and we have it. We've all worked really hard on this, and I think we need to make sure it gets into the hands eventually that make the vote and make the decisions. And I agree, Andrew Potter should get it. The Chief Administrative Officer should get it, all that, no problem. But this deflection away from having us interact with the County Board of Supervisors, our own elected officials, to me is a little bit harsh, especially since our work is done.
Thank you, Commissioner Inman.
So I've got a little bit of a different question, and I think you might have mentioned this, Chair Bain, but so the motion says deliver. So somebody, I think you had said, has to write a cover letter potentially, or what's the transmission mechanism for this letter? Is it the officers are going to just, is that implied that the officers draft a letter and submit?
My comment on the letter was simply as an option. Now that there's a motion on the floor, it is a perfectly legitimate point to raise. And I would very much invite comments from the commission on, without any regard to what I said, how would this be delivered to any of the recipients? The starting point, I think, would be
Well, I would just offer an amendment to stipulate that the officers generate a letter and submit to, you know.
Okay, with something like with an appropriate cover letter, under an appropriate cover letter.
Correct.
Okay. Co-Vice Chair Katarina, Commissioner Chen, is that a friendly amendment?
Do you mind repeating what you wanted to say exactly? I'm sorry, I wasn't
No, it's
sure.
okay. Let me ask, because it's probably a good time to write this down anyway. Staff, could you bring up a screen and we'll type this in? So, because I think there's been a couple of discussions. Thank you. And Co-Vice Chair Katarina, could you read the motion as originally proposed first?
Yes, it's on slide. Hold on.
Or staff can super copy it from that slide?
16, deliver copies. Oh, you got it. So you want to add with,
And Commissioner Inman, could you read what you were proposing?
Well, I actually don't have anything to read.
Oh, sorry, or what I was summarizing with you. I believe it was something like under an appropriate cover letter.
Drafted by the officers are empowered to draft that letter.
Okay, under an appropriate cover letter drafted by the officers.
Correct.
Okay, now that is, actually, I should, to be procedurally correct, I should get a second on that. I'll offer that. So that amendment, beginning with the word under, to the motion is moved by Commissioner Inman, seconded by Commissioner Bain. Co-Vice Chair Katarina and Commissioner Chen, is that a friendly amendment? Commissioner Chen, I think you had already said yes. Correct?
yes,
Okay. And Co-Vice Chair Katarina? Yes?
yes.
Okay, so that's now within it. Commissioner Brown, thank you. Good to see you. But you're muted.
That's what I get for not commenting too much tonight. I thought the clerk had also suggested that he receive a copy. So we should include that in.
That was the next one I was going to turn to, but thank you. Great. So I suppose it would go after Chief Administrative Officer. So maybe a comma after Board of Supervisors. Drop the word and. Comma there, right? And the clerk of the Board of Supervisors. Yeah. Okay. That's moved by Commissioner Brown. Second. Second, please. Commissioner Hanson, thank you. Is that a friendly amendment, Co-Vice Chair Katarina and Commissioner Chen?
Yes.
Fine with me.
Excellent. All right. So that's the motion as it currently stands. With no request from the floor, let me ask Andrew. Andrew, if there is a document like this delivered to the clerk, is that placed somewhere where the Board of Supervisors and their respective staffs have access to it? And is it something they are alerted to?
Yes, typically what I would do with this type of correspondence is I would add it to what's called our communications received log for the Board of Supervisors. And those are logs of documents that are submitted to the board. They are part of the regular Tuesday agenda for every Tuesday board meeting. So they are a public record that are part of the agenda for every meeting. So we would add that to the next available board meeting so that the public would see it, as well as the board and their staff.
I very much appreciate, and I'm sure the whole commission appreciates that attention to the public point, because that was one of the next questions I was going to ask, and I can see that being particularly useful. Co-Vice Chair Katerina, with regard to your point about the public engagement or public appearance at a board meeting, I'm wondering if we should get additional advice on that, or if what Andrew just said constitutes sufficient engagement. Because you had raised the question so eloquently, I thought maybe this would be a good time to ask you what you think of where we are and whether more is needed.
I think this is sufficient as drafted.
Let me just ask the ad hoc, well, I'll just ask all commissioners, any other further discussion of this motion? I had one hand. Commissioner Inman, please.
Well, I guess given the comment, I mean, I don't know how you would deliver something to the Board of Supervisors if we don't give it to the clerk of the Board of Supervisors. Or is the ad hoc's intent, or maybe is your intent to actually show up at a meeting and deliver it in person that way? Is that your intent of that statement?
I think there are a lot of options for how to do that. One option would be to attend the Tuesday meeting, and just have a face to, or faces, if you will, to the delivery. So you could get up and make a public comment yourself, you know, as a public citizen, that you're delivering the copy of the lesson learned report, if that's what you want. I think, I guess, you know, for me, all of this, it seems like this is pretty simple, and it seems to be being made a lot more complicated. We just want to make sure that the people who need to know this information get it, and that's what the intent is. And I would defer to the other members of the ad hoc committee if they want to add anything additional about. I mean, we did discuss this, and not everybody cared, frankly. I mean, and I don't think there's going to be 14 people showing up on some Tuesday to deliver a report, you know. But there are some people who do care. Some people who have relationships with supervisors and what might like to, you know, put their face in front of them. So that's, you know, that's just my thought.
Any other comments? Marguerite, any legal question with regard to the comments that have been made?
No, that would not be considered lobbying. My concern, which is not legal, is that you be as effective as possible. And, you know, reading your lessons learned report even triggered ideas that I could have, even about this budgeting and funding. And since the budget comes out of the CAO's office, and we have a big track record here, and all of communications would go through the clerk of the board. And in light of the separation intentionally, I don't know that there's anything the supervisors cannot amend the charter. It has to be put on the ballot. I'm not even sure that they can pass any regulations affecting you. And I don't know if you want to invite it. And those are my feelings about your independence after spending 16 months with you. I appreciate the sentiments, but I think you're going to be more effective through the administrative channels that are in charge of this.
Co-Vice Chair Garcia.
So I served on this ad hoc committee, and I appreciate this motion, and I want to say that I was concerned about about the IRC having sort of this motion that was asking us to have a direct interaction with the County Board of Supervisors. I appreciate very much what Co-Vice Chair Katerina was describing about delivering the report in public in a very open and transparent way. But from what I've heard tonight, it seems redundant to do that. And because it's not clear in this motion exactly how that would happen, I'm still not strongly supportive of that. I could support delivering a copy to the Chief Administrative Officer and the clerk. And again, I say this with all due respect to the ad hoc committee members who wanted to advance this motion, but it was not one that I was completely comfortable with. And I just thought I should be open and transparent about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Co-Vice Chair Garcia, Katerina.
I just want to say I would love to move to a vote. I mean, we're getting bogged down in these discussions for things, and I think sometimes we just have to make a decision. But what I will say is all of us have played a role in this commission. In some, a bigger role than others, but every one of us has spent a lot of time preparing for our meetings and participating in the meetings and listening to public comment. And I think that you know, if there are a majority of people or 9 people who are interested in doing this, then we'll do it. If not, we won't. Fair enough, right? So I say let's move on.
Any
Call
other
the
comments?
question.
Okay, very good. Not seeing any other comments. And understanding that the motion is still somewhat general on the first part. What I'm trying to think of procedurally is if this motion was to fail, and I think it will be relatively close, I don't want to have a second vote if the point here is to make a decision. I'm wondering, and I mean this as fairly as I possibly can, Co-Vice Chair Katerina and Commissioner Chen, would it be easier at this point to delete the words the San Diego County Board of Supervisors? Because I don't see that there be anything inhibiting public comment at this point, but I'm happy to have a vote on the motion as is. What's your preference?
Just assume
as is.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
If that's okay. And I'll explain just briefly if I may.
It's okay. I think
there were just more comments.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay,
Thanks.
very good. So Andrew, would you please call the roll for a vote?
Happy to. And again, these names will be called in random order. Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Commissioner Hanson,
Aye.
Chair Bame,
Abstain.
Co-Vice Chair Katarina,
Aye.
Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Dostal,
No.
Commissioner Inman,
Aye.
Commissioner Pons,
Nay.
Commissioner Russ,
Aye.
Co-Vice Chair Garcia,
Abstain.
Commissioner Diaz, Commissioner Diaz,
I don't see her
I don't see
video
her.
at this point.
Okay. Commissioner Krugliak,
No.
Commissioner Larson,
Aye.
Chair Bame, that motion fails with Commissioners Chen, Hanson, Katarina, Brown, Inman, Russ, and Larson voting aye. Commissioners Dostal, Pons, and Krugliak voting no, and Chair Bame and Co-Vice Chair Garcia abstaining. Without 9 affirmative votes, that motion fails.
Could you give those totals, just the totals again, please?
Yes, please. We had 7 ayes, 3 noes, and 2 abstentions, and 2 absent.
Okay, very good. Commissioners, at the moment, that means there's no delivery per se of the report. Could I see a brief show of hands if there would be or let me ask, would there be objection to considering this same motion, but without the words "to the San Diego County Board of Supervisors" in it? There would be objection. Co-Vice Chair Garcia. Okay. No, there wouldn't be. Okay. Any objection to that? Okay. Staff, could you delete those words so it would read "deliver copies of the lessons report to the Chief Administrative Officer" and then continue? Right.
Need another motion?
I would like a mover for that motion. Commissioner Chen,
I move, so moved.
second.
I second.
Mr. Dostal, good. Without meaning to be rude, is there any discussion? Because I would assume not. Andrew, would you please call the roll for a vote on this motion?
Just catching up to the speed here. Okay, I'm ready.
I'm sorry. Please,
No problem.
take your time. This is important to get right.
Just want to clarify for the record that we had a motion by Commissioner Chen and the second was by
Commissioner
Commissioner
Dostal.
Dostal. Got it. Thank you. All right, Commissioner Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Diaz, Commissioner Chen,
Aye.
Co-Vice Chair Katarina,
Aye.
Commissioner Hanson,
Aye.
Commissioner Krugliak,
Abstain.
Commissioner Larson,
Aye.
Commissioner Dostal,
Aye.
Co-Vice Chair Garcia,
Aye.
Chair Bame,
Aye.
Commissioner Russ,
Aye.
Commissioner Pons,
Aye.
Commissioner Inman,
Aye.
Chair Bame, that motion passes with with 11 commissioners voting aye and Commissioner Krugliak abstaining.
Very good. Thank you, commissioners, and thank you for the efficiency on that. Let me ask staff to leave the motion screen up because next I think it would be appropriate to take up the general counsel question. Commissioner Larson, would you like to provide a motion?
Well, let's go to the original motion, item 7, first bullet. And let's just say engage a general counsel for 3-month interim period, so forth.
Chair Bame,
Yes, please.
I wonder if it doesn't make sense to first discuss whether we want an ad hoc committee, because I think that you know, if we're going to not have committees, we may not need council. So I wonder if we shouldn't do that one first instead.
I'm happy to proceed in whichever way the commission would prefer.
I would agree with that statement. I don't think, you know.
Okay, good. So staff, I'll ask you to hold that motion, just save it somewhere. Very good. Now on the motion regarding, I'll say it as neutrally as I can, the creation of a body. Is there a commissioner willing to provide language for such a motion?
I would start with the motion in item 7 as a starting point. If someone doesn't have something forthcoming.
Okay, nope, that's good.
I think we
Okay.
can get rid of the note.
Now, before we go farther, let me just confirm, Co-Vice Chair Katarina, do you want to be the mover of this?
I'm
You don't
happy
have to.
I'm happy to do it. I just want to keep things moving.
Okay,
do
very
that.
good. Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Pons, thank you. Okay. Okay, does everyone have that motion? Because it'll be easier to have the discussion with the screen fully available. Very good. Staff, could you restore the full screen? Thank you. Are there requests? Is there any discussion from commissioners? Commissioner Inman?
So, I mean, I'm conflicted. I mean, it almost sounds like we have to have a discussion about whether we can even create such a task force prior to how we creating a task force. As listening to legal counsel, to staff, I mean, we turn in our computers next month, our emails go away. It just seems to me that the whole structure of our commission kind of ceases once we have a map approved and we're through the referendum period. And there isn't a structure to support. I mean, I'm very sympathetic with the whole notion and idea, but there's no structure to support this. I don't know how you create that structure. And until there's some framework to operationalize this, saying that we're going to create a task force, I really don't understand how that happens. That we need to change bylaws, we need to change. I guess that's my thing, is I'm sympathetic to creating this sort of a group. I just don't understand how it operates and how it works. And so that I don't have a question or anything, I'm just at a quandary. I really don't know how this works. So that's it.
And it's fine that there's no question. We are in discussion under a motion. Now, I've got Co-Vice Chair Garcia and then Co-Vice Chair Katarina, but I know Counsel was also requesting the floor. I'll give commissioners priority, of course. Co-Vice Chair Garcia, do you want to speak now or wait for Counsel?
I have a specific question, and this motion that says create a task force to advance recommendations. Will we be then, I guess it's a procedural question, will we be then discussing each specific recommendation that we are going to authorize this task force to undertake, or what?
Without meaning to prejudge, and I really do want to turn to Counsel soon, but without meaning to prejudge anything, including Commissioner Inman's completely valid points, I would strongly advise that the motion be expanded to include the level of detail we usually include. Now, that may require discussion and maybe even several votes. Let me ask Co-Vice Chair Katarina and Commissioner Pons, is it okay to turn to Counsel at this point, or do one of you really want to speak first?
Yeah, I mean, the question that was brought up by Commissioner Inman is a fair one. And so when you stand up an advisory group or task force or anything, whatever you want to call it, you have to answer the Fire Whiskey Hotel question, because you have to understand what they're doing, when they're doing, where they're doing, how they're going to do it, and the authority by which they're going to do it. And that's where legal counsel comes in. I think the absence of an organization or a body, these lessons learned that we put so much work in, and especially the ad hoc committee, would be dead on arrival. No one will be there to carry it forward. And it won't be picked up till about a year prior to the next commission being brought into force. And that would be totally unfair to them, because they would have to relearn those lessons a year into their, being initiated. And I just think that's unfair, because there's so much corporate knowledge, especially when you talk about legal counsel. And that's why when we start talking about BBK, I am so conflicted in that. I know I'm switching horses on this one, but to bring on a different counsel, they got to come up to speed with what we are doing, who we are, what our intentions are, and read the report in detail, especially the lessons learned as well. So I just think we need to move forward and create that structure for this. I call it the advisory group, not to be offensive. And I think it just needs work, but I think that it's well worth the effort.
Thank you for that. Co-Vice Chair Katerina, or shall I turn to council?
I know I had something quick to say, but the thought was that the points that are on slide 15 could be a starting point for our tasks. But I agree with Commissioner Garcia that we should have tasks. I would at the very minimum also recommend making this an interim or a short term. I mean, having maybe it ends by March 1st, but that's when we have to turn on our computers. And maybe that will give us enough time to get some of these issues kind of ironed out by the people who are interested in continuing to work on the commission's business. But I will now defer to Marguerite. So thank you, Dave.
Thank you. With the permission of the chair, thank you, Vice Chair Katerina. My question was elegantly put by Vice Chair Garcia. The status of your subcommittee is going to be determined by the scope of its work and the duration of its length. And so I think you're going to need to talk about what this task force is going to do. It's the way it brought up like this, I think you have to have a discussion of what they're going to pursue, and then depending on that, determinations will flow about the legal obligations. And I see where Commissioner Vice Chair Katerina is moving with this, and in order to structure it as an ad hoc, that is the appropriate move. But I think there still needs to be a definition of scope, membership, and time in order to accomplish that.
Commissioner Dustle, sorry.
I have a question for Marguerite. There's nothing stopping any commissioner talking to anybody who wants to talk to them. Say in 9 years, commissioners approach, call me up and say, hey, I really want to understand what these lessons learned mean. There's nothing stopping me or them from calling me or me from talking to them, right? So for people who want to convey in more detail the lessons learned, they can do that without us forming an ad hoc committee, right? They can just do that individually if we don't approve anything as a commission, right?
Individual commissioners are not controlled by the Brown Act.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that because I think that for those who really want to, and I get it, that want to really make this document, explain it and share their lessons, you can do that. We don't need to form a committee, but if we form a committee based on what we've heard from Marguerite, it's very likely going to be a standing committee. I mean, I guess we can do an ad hoc committee, but you still have to come back to the commission. And I mean, again, we don't have the structure. If you want to do that individually, there's nothing stopping you. But I think if we put in the structure of forming a committee, then we have to continue our meetings and we should be done.
Thank you. Other comments? Okay. I, for one, am very, very cautious about establishing anything that's going to involve resources. I'm also concerned about anything where we don't have a very, very clear plan and way for the public, not just have access, but to know what we're doing. I think the ad hoc has made a very convincing case, whatever the report or discussions that have happened today, that public engagement remains a clear priority. I would also say, working down that list, that there are things that can wait. I'm not sure that now is the time, for instance, to engage the state legislature. But I do think there would be a time between now and 2030 for concerned commissioners and for the IRC itself to do it. The problem, I think, as Commissioners Dustall and Inman identified, is we don't have the mechanism, and for me, we don't have the justification for that, to design that mechanism effectively at this point tonight. I do think there's a way to keep the work going and to come back to this, but I very much want to follow the commission's will. Commissioner Inman, then Co-Vice Chair Katarina.
So just following up on that point, 5 years from now, can a commissioner reach out? It would be the clerk of the board, it sounds like, and say, I think we need to get together and discuss topic A, B, C. And then it's the clerk of the board would go to the officers by reading that document, it sounds like, and determine whether or not a meeting needs to be held of the commission. So that clearly could be a mechanism for kicking off a meeting where things get revisited or other topics that are relevant are brought before the full commission again. And if that happens, then the county has to set up all the infrastructure to support it, yada, yada, yada. Is that what I would understand? If we don't do anything, that would kind of be a mechanism to get something done.
Let me ask staff or counsel for comment on that, or clerk.
Yeah, you, Commissioner Inman captured that correctly. That's what we've outlined. Barbara, if you have anything else to add.
I agree.
Yep.
Yes.
And you got the yada, yada, yada in there too, correct?
You got it.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure.
And I agree with that as well.
Really thought we were going to get through this without yada, yada, yada. Speaking of which, Co-Vice Chair Katarina.
I take offense to that, David. Two things. So one, Commissioner Inman, however, what we could do is if we had a general counsel, we could publicly notice our own meetings. I mean, this is not a difficult process to have a publicly noticed meeting. It just is a process that has to be done properly. So do we need to hire staff to do it? No. Would we have to pay a general counsel to do it? Yes. So yeah, there is some cost involved, but it's not outside of the realm of possibility, let's say, for the commission to do that. Second thing is, I know, David, you and I have talked about different kind of legislative outreach. I mean, when you are going to go up to Sacramento and talk to legislators, are you going to go as the chair of the commission or David Bain? How does that work exactly if we don't have a functioning commission?
Well, I think going back to what Commissioner Inman and the clerk just said, we will have a functioning commission. It just won't be meeting as regularly. The timing and way to engage legislators, I think, is a subject for discussion, and probably not at 8:50 on January 26th of 2022. But I think you put it very well in all seriousness, and others too. This commission is empowered. I think the council issue may be a little more complex than we're anticipating, but I agree that having general counsel on call will be a useful resource and will help us with that. And then I would also mention, well, let me stop there because I don't want to shape the conversation. But again, I do think there are options short of forming a task force. Commissioner Hanson, please.
Andrew, can you tell us, or help me understand why we are, our term of office is for 10 years? What was the intent of that in the legislation? Do you have any idea?
I do not have any idea behind that. I don't know if Marguerite has any insight into why it was described that way in the legislation.
Because that makes, that kind of makes you feel responsible without knowing how to respond.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that question, if I may, Chair. An example, some commissions end quickly. Some have a 10-year life. The State Commission has a 10-year life. And let me tell you what happened during that 10 years so that you know why the commission did. They did propose legislative changes that were made. They worked through the legislature to do that. I don't know the exact mechanism how they did that, but that would be one function. They defended litigation when their plan was challenged for the Senate. There was a challenge to the Arizona Commission that would have undermined, they would have declared the California Commission unconstitutional, and they reconvened, retained counsel, and filed an amicus brief in the Supreme Court, and then went back into dormant status. But there really was, with regard to the new commission, the chair provided guidance, input, etc., but they did not form a task force. At least to my knowledge, I was not aware of one. They did not form a task force to move forward advice, et cetera, and that sort of thing. I know that the chairs were involved with the commission, but there may be opportunities and reasons that there needs to be a commission that can be convened. If there is a lawsuit, the commission's going to be sued.
Commissioner Hanson, does that answer the question?
As well as I guess anybody can.
Yeah. For what it's worth, I have heard from at the federal level that there's a general assumption that independent commissions should have a longer life, if at all possible, because there's no statute of limitations on challenges. That's just the way some of the discussion, I think, has gone regarding what kind of wider mandate there might be beyond one state for independent commissions. And it's just an observation. I'm not advocating one way or the other. All right. As somebody very, very uncertain about the creation of anybody, any specific body at this point, because of everything that was just discussed, Marguerite, let me ask you a question regarding our bylaws. The chair and the officers have some relatively broader powers regarding process. Would it be within the bounds of the officers to be able to define a timeline or target dates for issues in the lessons learned report without doing any actual work on them, so that that timetable could be brought back to the commission at some point and either have commissioners appointed to work on those processes or have a commission action to authorize it? In other words, what can we do with our existing structure about the lessons learned report and all the issues therein. I'm sorry to ask such a
Yeah, I
broad
know. I try to prepare for these meetings and say, oh, what could come up? I wasn't anticipating that one, Chair, but let me do
I
say,
apologize.
let me do say that the officers have authority over calling special meetings. They also have authority to setting agendas, which would lend to exactly what you're talking about. They also are the spokespeople for the commission, which allows informal conversations with regard to relevant issues. They, of course, are liaisons with the members. I would have to pull them up and see what else we have there that would allow the future functioning of the commission to have some structure that initiates it.
Could I offer one? 5.02H. The duties of the chairperson shall include the following. H, to perform other such duties of the office as prescribed by the parliamentary procedures adopted by the commission. What I'm wondering there is whether that provides a link to the lessons learned report that we need some procedures to follow up on it. And I mean that not to be exclusive. I mean that because perhaps that could lead to a motion that would authorize the officers to be in touch with commissioners, either on an individual basis as regards process, or in some sort of circulated and eventually publicly posted process. That's the artful question that would begin to get at some of this planning. Put another way, I could see doing an ad hoc committee with a very limited duration on some of the advice for the next commission. I could see convening that sometime in fall 2028 or spring 2029, where it would exist for 6 months and there still have time to get things before the new commission in a proactive way. But you wouldn't need an ad hoc committee for 8 years to do that. And I appreciate very much the commission's willingness and individual commissioners' willingness to keep working on this. That's very clear to me as at least the spirit of the commission, that people want to continue to contribute. What I'm looking for is something that would not require the kind of Brown Act and other logistics considerations, but would allow us to work through existing structures enough that we could get to the point of having a constructive meeting, which would also have the advantage of being able to define when and how we want to engage general counsel on it. Sorry to ramble and sorry to speak for the co-vice chairs. That really is totally unfair not having brought that up with them. And if this is a bad idea for anyone, please feel free to say that's not the way to pursue this. Marguerite, am I reading too much into the bylaws?
Well, I'm a little put off by the parliamentary procedure, but on the other hand, it's not inconsistent with what I said. And the duties of the chair convene and preside over regular and special commission meetings and public hearings and perform duties otherwise established by these bylaws. Set agendas in collaboration with the vice chairs. Assign duties to the vice chairs as necessary. And I see your point here. I'm having a difficult time maybe tying this to parliamentary procedures other than as just discussed. It would have, I'm Unfortunately, we didn't agendize a little more specific amendment here that would have empowered this. But surely there's the authority here to call a meeting and set agendas.
And therefore prepare for the agendas. There is also section 7.03, additional rules and regulations. In addition to the bylaws and operating procedures, the chairperson or commission may prepare and establish rules and regulations for the conduct of its business. Now, I would say that one gives some flexibility, given that we're not sure how we're going to conduct our business, given the staff memos. I've already spoken way too much. Commissioner Hansen's hand is still up, but I don't know if that's an old hand or not.
That's a very old hand, yeah.
Very good, I'm sorry. And Co-Vice Chair Katarina.
Well, it was certainly my understanding, David, that you have the power to do any of these things as the chair that you're suggesting. But I, I feel like there were so many comments about leadership and in the lessons learned that perhaps even just a short-term working group until March 1st could perhaps untangle some of the issues and make some, perhaps prepare a report and provide it to the commission. And then you as the chair could decide whether or not you want to have a meeting to discuss it. So, for example, I did a little framework at one point, and there were 4 short-term items that could be addressed in a relatively short time frame. Certainly general counsel, the county outreach discussion, legislative task force discussion, and potentially bylaws task force. And it may be that we go through the lessons learned report recommendations as the motion is framed. And perhaps as a small ad hoc, develop some some short, medium, and long-term recommendations that we can then report back to the commission. And then you as the chair could, call a special meeting to discuss. And we could have advice from our general counsel on how to do that. And, to me, I think there are, I'm just struggling. I mean, on one hand, I want to go to bed. I'm really tired. I had surgery last week. This isn't good. But on the other hand, it's important because we've worked so long and spent so much time on this to just let it fall away. It just seems like it's worth a little more effort to figure out what is going to be the best way to move forward. And I don't want anybody to think, that this is me, trying to push my own agenda. I mean, I read through the commissioner's comments, and there were a lot of great comments about how we could make things better for the next group. But if we don't figure out how to put that into action, as Commissioner Pond said, it's useless. And as I recall, Rosette, I think you told me, the working groups in LA County had their working groups. They had their own Zoom meetings, and, they operated, the same as our ad hocs, independently. So, I don't know. I feel like we should just have it, I mean, I'm hoping we've already discussed this enough that we can make a decision whether to move forward or not. But my main comment was, David, you always have this authority to do all this. And it sounds like from the lessons learned report that some of the other commissioners might want to have a say as well. But if we do nothing, it's up to you. And that's it.
Thank you. Any other requests for the floor? All right, briefly on those points, Amy, I take your points. I don't see this necessarily as doing nothing per my earlier comments. I certainly did a lot of homework in October and November of 2020, reading past comments and lessons learned documents and everything I could find. So I think the work that's been done to date will still be active in some way. That said, whether it's an ad hoc or a working group or anything else, I just don't see working on it with establishing that without a clear mandate. And I would have qualms about the wording from the ad hoc committee. I would want to make sure there was robust commissioner discussion of it. And I'm not sure how reasonable that is to request at 9:05 at night. That said, I'd certainly be willing to entertain a discussion along that line if commissioners are so inclined. I would note that we still have the additional agenda items to come that may very well have an impact on this. I've heard several commissioners say they would prefer not to establish any such body tonight, given the questions and concerns about it. And I have to admit, I have some sympathy for that, especially given the financial questions. So we can either move to a more detailed discussion of the motion. We could vote on the motion, or we could simply remove the motion and take this up at another time. I want to pledge to the commission, this is not an attempt to sideline any commissioner. In fact, I think one of the biggest problems we'll have would be a number of commissioners wanting to be involved in such a group, maybe above the quorum numbers. And of course, nothing is automatic. No commissioners are entitled to be on such a group. It's a decision for the commission to make. So that's a long way of saying, I'm not sure we should continue the discussion from my point of view as a commissioner, but as chair, I'm happy to entertain a more detailed discussion or move to a vote. Co-Vice Chair Kevin.
I'm happy to suggest, again, using the closeout and transition 7 items. They're not perfect, but it might be a place to start as in terms of giving some framework. I'll be honest, if there's a group of commissioners working and having worked with the other folks on the ad hoc committee, nobody tried to inject, well, in fact, if anybody did try to inject their own agenda, it was called out. And I would expect that from any of our commissioners. I mean, we're all sitting here listening, paying attention. And yes, we need framework. Let's try to come up with some framework. We could either go back to the original motion that started the ad hoc. I mean, that's another option, but well, can we just have it like a show of hands? Does anybody want to vote now and just get it over with? Or do we want to have more discussion? Is that a yes, Christina?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Kugliak?
Sorry, that was a yes. That was a hand wave yes to a vote.
On the motion as it presently stands?
Yes.
Okay. That is how we'll proceed. I'll ask staff to bring up the motion again. Okay, commissioners, that's what we're voting on. Any questions, final comments? Andrew, would you please call the roll for a vote?
Thank you. Again, names will be called in random order. Co-Vice Chair Garcia.
Nay.
Thank you. Chair Bain.
Nay.
Co-Vice Chair Katarina.
Aye.
Commissioner Dostal.
No.
Commissioner Pons.
Aye.
Commissioner Hanson.
No.
Commissioner Chen. Don't see Commissioner Chen in the Zoom session. Commissioner Brown.
No.
Commissioner Krugliak.
No.
Is Commissioner Diaz? I do not see her. Commissioner Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Inman.
No.
Commissioner Russ.
No.
Chair Bain, that motion fails with 8 commissioners voting no and 3 commissioners voting aye and 3 commissioners absent.
Okay, thank you for that. We do have another motion under this agenda item regarding general counsel. Is before I ask staff to put that motion up, is there objection to considering that motion, or is there objection to considering that motion? Because I'm going to ask for it to be moved. Commissioner Kugliak?
To Commissioner Gossel's point, having no future meetings on the docket, I don't see a need to have this motion.
Okay. Let me ask for informational purposes. Counsel, Marguerite, if we do not take any action tonight on appointing a general counsel, that does not restrict from the commission from being summoned back when it's ready, or when a commissioner so requests and the clerk informs the commission to take the issue up, correct?
Oh, absolutely. You can come back and take this issue up as appropriate and when needed.
And let me ask for you, and perhaps for Andrew and Barbara as well, to get to the point of a meeting, we could anticipate some sort of, if you will, fenced off approach where county council would make sure Brown Act and other requirements are being met to get to that meeting, correct?
That's correct. That would be my understanding. Obviously, I can't speak for county council, but that would be my understanding.
Barbara, anything to add on that? I don't want to force anything. I'm just trying to understand where we are if there is no motion on it.
That's my understanding, correct. One note is, and I apologize, it's kind of related, but not, just knowing that any subsequent meetings, Marguerite mentioned earlier around the governor's regulations, should just making sure there would need to be a physical location and a meeting in person, et cetera.
Understood. Thank you. And we can talk about that more in the next agenda item. Commissioner Pons.
So my question is, after the 31st of January, will we have representation in the form of the general counsel if we don't move this motion forward? I mean, that's a straightforward question, because I think there's a risk of not having representation, because I think that's the biggest pitfall of where we're going now as a commission. The legal implications of any decision, anybody being developed, and anything else. So I'm leery of doing anything without legal counsel. And the only way to get legal counsel is to bring this to the floor and have a vote on it. Is that correct?
I have an opinion on that, but I'll hold it. Co-Vice Chair Katerina.
Well, I think the same thing applies. David, I think, would get to decide and hire somebody.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far at all. My anticipation.
Your role as the chair.
Yeah, my anticipation.
County council told us they would not do it. I mean, they've already told us that. So I don't see how that's even going to be an option. We would just have to make a decision at a future point.
Let's recall and be accurate about what county council did and did not say. County council supporting a full meeting and acting as council is one thing. County council supporting the process to get to a meeting, where my guess would be the first agenda item would be appointment of general counsel, I think would be realistic. And to that end, I think some of what Commissioner Larson briefed on earlier is in the record. Some of the issues that staff, council, and clerk raised are in the record. I would see that as a realistic option for it, without prejudging it all. If the commission wants to have a discussion about the motion, we certainly could move forward with that. With no other requests for the floor, Barbara, did you want to say something?
I just wanted to note that in my memo, I did indicate under legal that all direct legal support services would cease after January 3rd, but in the event of litigation, including and redistricting lawsuits, county council will communicate with the chair and vice chairs as appropriate to determine next steps. And that also subsequently also talk about the need to reconvene the full commission for any necessary litigation. And should that come to pass, the clerk of the board will contact the commissioners individually with more information to begin the process of scheduling the meeting, and also have a note on there on public records request. Just to say that I would anticipate that if there was an alternate reason that you needed to pull together the commission, that would align with the statement in my memo.
Thank you. Co-Vice Chair Garcia.
I just want to ask a clarifying question of Barbara. So if you should receive some communication like that, would you automatically include all the officers, the chair and the co-vice chair, or would it? I just want to clarify that the co-vice chairs would be included in any communication that would come in the future.
Sure, and to help facilitate versus kind of parsing out who, like what comes to me, what would come to Andrew, we've made Andrew, the clerk of the board, the point person. So anything that's coming, PRAs, I think it's all in the memo would go to Andrew as the clerk of the board, and then he would say, and I stated it in my memo, chair, co-vice chairs, so it's all stated in there, but yes.
Additional comments? Let me just ask for a straw poll. Which could commissioners raise their visual hand, if the real hand, if they are interested in having a discussion tonight about a motion regarding general counsel? I see 4 or 5. Okay. That for me is sufficient. So I will ask for an efficacious discussion of it. Do I have a motion to that effect? And I'll ask the staff to bring up the motion that was previously provided by Commissioner Larson. Very good. Commissioner Larson, is that the motion you'd like to make?
No, the changes that I suggested were cut off. So let's just say,
I apologize, please.
Yeah, engage a general counsel would be the starting. Otherwise, it would. I would leave out the date. I think it's not practical to say we could get one by February the 1st. Here we're talking about a sole source award from the county.
Yeah. And obviously the note would be editorial, so that wouldn't actually be part of the motion, but we can certainly make that part of the discussion.
Okay, and just complete the sentence as soon as practical.
Okay.
Do we need to leave contingent in there, Arv? To be clear that it's not a retainer situation, that no money will change hands? Or are you okay with it this way?
I'm okay with it the way it is.
Okay, that's a motion from Commissioner Larson. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Co-Vice Chair Katarina, thank you. Discussion. I'll ask for the full screen again because, thank you. Any commissioners wish to take the floor? Because we will move to a vote unless there's a request from a commissioner, Co-Vice Chair Garcia, and I do want to give council, clerk, and staff one more opportunity to comment if they're so inclined. But Co-Vice Chair Garcia, please.
So the question I have is, so I understand that that this council would not, there would be, as Co-Vice Chair Katarina just mentioned, there would be no exchange of funds, that this would be someone who would be available should we need counsel in the next, in some 3-month interim period. But since since it appears that tonight is going to be our last meeting, and I think we didn't pass a motion to put together a task force, I guess I feel like I need an explanation for why we need general counsel, this interim general counsel. Can someone answer that question for me?
I think Marguerite answered that in response to my question, which is if we don't have any more meetings, do we not need it? Do we need someone? Are we not covered? And she said, no, you're covered, because if there's a lawsuit, we would get counsel for the lawsuit. But general counsel is just to give us the Brown Act information and attend our meetings, but we don't plan to have any meetings right now.
Right, so so that's why I'm asking why
I got an
we're
answer.
entertaining this motion.
Can I
Okay,
give you the
Co-Vice
answer?
Chair Katarina.
Because Rosette, if we don't make this motion now, you and I and David are gonna have to do it when we need one in 5 minutes. That's why. That's fine. It's gonna get done either way, but we could either do it now, get the ball started, or we could just wait till it's an emergency and then we're stuck, and then you and I and David are stuck with it. So that's why.
Any further discussion from commissioners? Any comments? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Inman?
Well, I guess so the motion, I believe, says for a 3-month period. So again, I don't understand. Are we so we are going to have a meeting in the next 3 months? I mean, I don't really understand the purpose at this point. I mean, I just don't know. And how are you going to retain this
Right.
council? Are you going to, like Commissioner Garcia said, we're going to have to create an ad hoc now and go work with procurement. And I mean, I'm sorry, I just don't understand how this works. You know, we're kind of at an end point, it seems, and there's no structure for right now for us to proceed. I think that's really that's my issue. I guess that's the issue that I have with a bunch of these things at this point. There is no structure for us to exist. Now there's a mandate that we're supposed to be around for 10 years, but there's no provisions on how to really make that actionable in an active way. There's kind of a reactive way, anticipating legal action or some such thing. But I don't think there was ever an anticipation that it would be an activist IRC that would want to do things other than react to outside legal suits. So at this point, I really don't understand how this is practical. So that's my comment.
I'm going to call on Commissioner Larson and then Commissioner Pons. And you're going to see me go off camera for a moment. I will have my volume on, but I have to switch rooms. So I will be back. I will be listening and I'll engage, but let's have Commissioner Larson, then Commissioner Pons. Please go ahead.
I think the situation here is much like setting up a small business. And you want to have a relationship with the council. You don't know exactly what you need. You want someone who's experienced, understands the environment, what the groundwork is, what the Brown Act is, what the legal implications are, what a council has to do. You want advice on that. So it's on an as needed basis, but you don't know what your needs are. But I think you'll feel safer having a relationship than just going out on the street and finding someone in a hurry.
Commissioner Pons?
Yeah, I agree with you, Commissioner Larson. You know, screen and vet now, at least have someone that we approve, maybe even tacitly approve, instead of waiting for there to be a crisis moment where we have to go through this process again. If the lessons learned are going to be moved forward, we're going to have some sort of body to move it forward. And that body is going to need some sort of legal support. That's what I think. And and then the second thing is transition. I mean, I don't know when Marguerite's firm is going to detach from the IRC, but if it's on the 31st, I think between now and the 31st, 4 to 5 days, at least that could be a period of transition if we've identified a potential law firm to take it up and to take up our cause legally. At least there's a transition, a warm handoff. And so there's the familiarity of the commission and the statutes, regulations, and the policies that we operate under. So I think a warm start right now is the right way to go.
See if I can get my video back up. Thank you. Thank you for both those comments. I'm afraid something's gone up with my screen. Hang on. There we go. Well, at least part of it. Any other requests for the floor? let me, Commissioner Diaz, welcome back.
Sorry about that. I was listening on all of the conversations. My computer shut down. I was having technical difficulties for the last hour. I don't know if this is the right direction to go. So I'm just going to, yeah. That's the end of my comment.
Okay, thank you. Any other requests for the floor from commissioners? Council, staff, clerk, any comments? Okay. Sorry, Marguerite, please.
Yeah, may I want to go back to the comment on structure. If this motion passes, do we need to move on to a structure about how this gets done? Does the commission need to meet again to do the retention? What is the structure? Is there going to be a conversation by somebody with county counsel's office? Can BBK be sole sourced? What about we have a motion, but I am concerned about the structure. At least there needs to be a meeting structure for the IRC to approve the hiring, I would think.
Thank you. Any other comments? Staff, I'll ask you to bring up the motion one more time and then we'll be calling the vote. Thank you very much. And thanks, staff, for being so responsive. I keep blindsiding whoever's running the slides, and it does come up quick, so it's much appreciated. Okay, so with no other requests for the floor, Andrew, would you please call the roll for a vote on this motion?
Thank you. Again, names will be called in random order. Commissioner Hanson.
No.
Commissioner Russ.
No.
Commissioner Pons.
Yes, yay.
Commissioner Krugliak.
No.
Commissioner Dostal.
No.
Commissioner Diaz.
No.
Commissioner Brown.
No.
Co-Vice Chair Katarina.
Yes, please.
Commissioner Inman.
No.
Commissioner Larson.
Aye.
Co-Vice Chair Garcia.
No.
Chair Bain.
No.
Chair Bain, that motion fails with 9 commissioners voting no, 3 commissioners voting aye, and 2 commissioners absent.
Okay. So thank you, commissioners, for that. Again, thank you for the work and the discussion that went into it, which I think was productive, and we will move on. I believe that exhausts all the motions under agenda item 7. So we move on to item 8, an informational update on the transition of the 2020 IRC to post-mapping status. With the approval tonight of the supplemental resolutions that formally make technical adjustments to the IRC's final plan and final report, the IRC's statutory responsibility to adjust the boundary lines of the supervisorial districts of the Board of Supervisors is now complete. Today's agenda materials include a summary of steps that will transition the IRC to a post-mapping status. Both Marguerite Leone, IRC Counsel, and Barbara Jimenez, IRC Executive Lead, are available to answer any questions that commissioners may have about this information that was circulated again and posted with the agenda materials. First, though, let me ask Andrew if there are any requests from the public to speak on this agenda item.
Chair Bain, we do not have any advance requests to speak from the public on this item, but again, I'll note any members of the public that are participating, if they'd like to speak on this item, please raise your virtual hand in Zoom. We'll be happy to recognize you. Chair Bain, not seeing any virtual hands raised. That concludes the opportunity for public comment on this item.
Thank you. So are there any questions or comments from commissioners? Co-Vice Chair Katarina, then Commissioner Inman.
I have a question. Why were Rosette and I, as co-vice chairs, left out of the discussion for setting the agenda for this meeting and not shared this memo before the meeting?
The agenda was collaborated on per the emails that were sent around. The staff document was circulated with the agenda items. That's the first I saw of it as well. Commissioner Inman.
So I just want to be clear going forward, if we want to represent ourselves as having served on the commission, and we want to state that in a communication, can we do that, or do we have to ask permission to do that? For example, right now, we're responding, responding to an editorial piece, and we want to do it as a commissioner. So of course, we're going through the process of getting it reviewed. Say that happens 2 months from now, and we want to respond to whatever it is. Can we present ourselves as being a commissioner without having the content of what we're going to be saying, discussing, reviewed by, I don't know who, but that's my question.
I'm very glad you brought it up because I was going to if you didn't. Let me turn to staff and council first. Barbara?
I'll defer to council on this one.
Thank you.
Thank you. You are certainly able, you are a continuing commissioner. That's a separate issue. You're being identified as a commissioner. It's a separate issue from the bylaws, which make the chair the sole spokesperson. And
so I'm prevented from saying anything. I guess that's where I'm running into some difficulty. So that makes no sense to me, I guess.
I take the point. Marguerite, if you don't mind, let me try something and make sure.
And I'm looking through here too to see what we can do here.
Let me try something that may help and make sure you and staff agree. Commissioner Inman and all commissioners, simply put, I think we all trust each other. So I would have absolutely no problem with any individual commissioner from here on for the duration of their term, meaning through 2030, writing letters, writing op-eds, doing interviews, or making public appearances in their individual capacity, certainly as a member of the public or as a commissioner, because I think we all know what our limits are in either direction. If, however, a commissioner wants to offer something on behalf of the commission, my strong impulse would be, please let me and the officers know through an appropriate channel. We'll discuss that in a moment, sorry. But I, for one, would be inclined to just say, go forth. Because again, I think everyone has engaged in enough public participation, especially at this stage, that they can speak very, very well and very freely about it. Now, I think the officers and I would be available for any advice on that. I think the county's CCO office would probably be available informally. I want to hear from staff and clerk about the best way to route that. But from my perspective, and again, I want to make sure Marguerite provides advice on this. I think we're at a stage now where commissioners should feel free to engage publicly, to do what each of us does so well, and do it with full confidence that you're not breaking any procedures or violating any trusts. It does require use of judgment. And of course, you should feel free to ask for questions or support as needed. Before I turn to Marguerite, Commissioner Russ, you were very patient. Did you want to say something now?
Yeah, just in Barbara's letter of yesterday, she mentions the county communications officer. You mentioned that office as well. And my question is, would something like this go through the CCO as opposed to going through, maybe even going through you, David?
And I'm sorry, when you say something like this, do you want to describe that?
I'm sorry. The letter to the response to an article in a newspaper, and it's a letter going to the editor. I was talking specifically about what Ken was referring to.
Okay, so I think Marguerite first and then Barbara. Is that the best way to go?
Okay, good. I want to mention that the bylaws, as Speak as the Chair is the official spokesperson. So I think that you need to be cognizant about speaking on your own behalf, based on your experiences, what worked, what didn't work. I think you're completely free to talk about that. I think you should take care not to make representations on behalf of the commission. Representations official spokesperson for the commission is the chair. And that is reiterated in 2 bylaws, which speak to the official spokesperson. So anything you say, Commissioner Inman, would be attributed to you, and you should make that clear. You're free to use your title. Other commissioners may, prefacing such as other commissioners may feel differently. The chair, for example, let's say he's called back to Iraq to do some negotiations for us on issues there, is able to delegate that role in writing. So there is even a vehicle for covering that. But I think your good offices, based on your experiences, are important. And I think you should feel free to speak about them. If you are asked to speak on behalf of the commission, I would recommend you contact the chair, and he could simply send you an email and say, just discuss what you want to say, send you an email and say, have a very good interview. So I think it would be manageable.
Barbara, did you want to add anything to that?
No, just the Marguerite covered it, and what I have in the transition is also addressing if we get media requests. Those would be, if there's anything that the CCO's office can handle administratively, sometimes it's very simple requests, just pointing them to the website, whatever, they will handle it. But otherwise they'd be sending it to this section. Rosette, to go back to Vice Co-Chair, your question, this one does say the chair only in light of the bylaws, and it mentions that piece of it.
But it certainly doesn't rule out that the chair can say, I want all of that shared and always CC to the co-vice chairs. Good. So that's a pledge in good faith. And please don't be surprised if we end up sending something to all 14 commissioners. It's more going to be a question of whether it comes in or not. I'm sure Co-Vice Chair Katerina is already working on an op-ed about the chair's inappropriate use of yada, 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 for which I again apologize. Amy, please, you've been patient. Thank you.
No, no problem at all. I don't know. It seemed to me, David, that about 3 minutes ago, you just gave us blanket approval to talk. So I'm now confused. Did you or didn't you? And if you did, could we get it in writing? Because that's not what we heard from our legal counsel. And I do believe our bylaws allow you to identify spokespeople. So if you believe that we can speak on our own behalf, then you need to, as it regards to the commission, then you need to tell us in writing, I believe.
Okay, I'm happy to provide that in writing to
I mean,
all.
am I confused or?
No, in your individual capacities.
In my individual capacity.
On behalf of the commission. And I can tell you, without having discussed this with the co-vice chairs, my inclination would be, if you're asked to speak on behalf of the commission, I can't imagine a reason why I would not authorize it. It's just, rather than engage in a half-hour amendment of the bylaws at this point, especially if that becomes a template down the road, and that might be something to work on, I would just ask, let's have that request sent in the appropriate channel, which I would assume would be to Andrew. Would the best way to be to put that in that category of requests that go to you, you share it with the officers and we respond through you?
Yes, I think that would be appropriate. That way there isn't any confusion about personal email addresses being used or anything like that.
So Co-Vice Chair Katerina, it's simply that bit on behalf of the commission, and we'll get that out in writing to all commissioners. Is that acceptable?
Okay. Yeah,
Is that-
I just have a basic issue with the way this was done, David, because you left Rosette and I out, and staff left Rosette and I out. And if you're telling me you didn't see this memo until it showed up in the agenda, then, we normally have an agenda call where we sit and talk about all these items, and this would have come up and we could have talked about it, but we were left out. We didn't have that call. All we had was a memo, where there's a motion. And then I want the other commissioners to know that I do not condone this memo. I do not condone the way it was presented to the commission. And what really concerns me in the whole picture of where we are tonight is that a lot of us believe we need a transition team. We can't get our heads around it to make it work for various reasons. I'm just, as my kids say, reasons. But yet here we are condoning the 2030 commission to the same problems that we had. And that is that county makes the decisions on how we operate. And that should not be, it should not be mandated. It should be the choice of the next commission. They should be able to make the decision, but we are now removing that possibility by not having any force or recommendations to do that. And this memo is a heavy-handed attempt to bully us. And I don't like it. I will tell you, I have had many problems with staff, and in Barbara, you have done a great job. I'm not here to focus on you in any way, but we had a staff member who was harassing our consultant and no one did anything about it. If that person were our employee, or we had someone, we could do something about it, but we're stuck with staff from county. What do we get? Who are these people? Where do they come from? Who are they? I mean, some of you didn't have to work with them. I did. And let me tell you, there were many times where it wasn't pretty. And I'm now at the point where I'm going to sign off tonight because there's no more actions that need to be done. The budget, I will just say now, needs to be resolved. There's still money that needs to be paid out to the outreach coordinator, and I believe also to the demographer. But I am not going to just sit here and pretend that I agreed with this at all, because I did not. And we were left out. And it really concerns me going forward how much information Rosette and I are going to get if you've already started to leave us out of the picture. So yeah, I have some issues. And I want that, now it's in the record, and the next commission, if anybody wants to listen to it, can listen to it. Because obviously there's nothing that can be done about it at this point. But I am very unhappy with this heavy-handed memo. And it frankly hog ties us when we had options.
Amen.
Okay. First of all, I want to correct something. There is an additional action to still be taken, the minutes from tonight's meeting. But Co-Vice Chair Katerina, if you need to go, you need to go. I will ask staff to confirm on the memo, not unlike, frankly, the ad hoc committee report. I saw the memo when the agenda package was prepared. I had no input to the memo. I did not seek to have input to the memo. It was a staff memo. That was what was described. That was what was provided. And frankly, from my reading, that's what's authorized under the law. I do not share the agreement assessment at all that the next commission is bound in any way. I think the ad hoc committee has done yeoman's work on that. I think staff was available to the ad hoc committee for further discussion. I don't know if that would have addressed the concerns or not, but I feel very confident that the 2030 commission will operate in an extremely wise way and will draw on, I hope, all the records, including but not limited to the lessons learned report from this commission, because I think this commission has been such a success. Commissioner Dostal.
Sorry, I had a question because I wasn't confused and now I'm confused. The you did not give us blanket permission, right, to speak on behalf of the commission. What you said, because I don't agree with that. I don't want anyone speaking on behalf of the commission without me knowing, without me authorizing that. What you said is that I can say, just like people came to our commission meeting and said, I am a member of the IRC. However, I'm speaking in my personal capacity. So that way they know that's my experience, and that, that should, give some weight to what I'm saying, but I'm not speaking on, I just want to make sure that's what you said, right? And if we want to speak on behalf of the commission, we need to go through the officers, because you as the chair are the official spokesperson, right? Or we need to go through you because you're
That's all correct. Nope, that's all correct.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure.
Yep, that's all right. There's a footnote there, though, that I, for one, would want to lean forward on authorizing you to speak on behalf of the commission. I'll give you an example. There are a number of commissions still meeting right now. We had the chair of the Escondido Commission speak at our last meeting. I would consider it completely in order for any one of our commissioners to go to such a meeting just to offer support to work as independently as possible. I don't know that you need to say that on behalf of the commission, but if someone came with that kind of request, I'd be inclined to say, of course.
Yeah, as long as it's going through you.
I understand that's where I'm coming from on this.
Yeah.
Okay, but I also think you and Co-Vice Chair Katerina said it well. We should have something in writing on that, and I'll try to get that out to you by the end of the week. Any other requests for the floor on this agenda item? Okay, very good. We turn to agenda item 9, monthly budget, the monthly budget update. This is an informational item for the commission with no action needed. I'll note that the staff reported attachments were included with the agenda materials. This month, we will again dispense with staff remarks. However, IRC staff is available to answer any questions that commissioners may have. But first, Andrew, are there any requests from the public to speak on this agenda item?
Chair Boehm, there are no requests to speak on this item, but like we have done in the past, if there's any members of the public that are participating and would like to comment on this item, please raise your virtual hand in Zoom. Chair Boehm, not seeing any virtual hands raised. That concludes opportunities for public comment on this item.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, are there any questions or comments for staff on the monthly budget update materials? Very good. So we will move on from that agenda item to a recess, item 10, to finalize the minutes. This is a planned recess for the clerk to finalize the minutes from today's meeting. Since we have no additional meetings of the IRC scheduled at this point, it would seem most efficient to consider and approve the minutes of today's meeting. Thus, we have this built-in break to allow the clerk, Andrew Potter, to finalize the draft of tonight's minutes and circulate them for review. Andrew, how long do you think it will take to have, and if I understand right, you're going to, well, why don't you lay out the process? Don't let me second guess. Thank you.
The plan is to circulate the draft very quickly amongst the staff team, just to make sure I've captured everything. And then we will circulate it, email it to the commissioners, and post it online for the public as well. Barbara or Nicole or Liberty, let me know if I missed any steps that we had planned.
Andrew, were you bringing it up as well on the screen?
I can certainly bring it up on the screen and walk through each of these when the commission reconvenes. We can do that as well.
I defer to the chair and the co-vice chairs on that.
I think that's fine unless there's objection. We'll do both. Good. So commissioners, please watch your email for the draft so you can read it, but we'll also have it displayed on the screen. Andrew, how long would you like the recess to go?
I'm about done with it, but I want to give our staff some time to review it. So I would say 15 minutes for us to quickly run through it, and then we can reconvene if that works for everybody.
Commissioners and members of the public, thank you for that. So I have 9:49, let's call it 9:50. So if we could be back online from the recess at 10:05, that would be, I hope that's acceptable to all. Very good. Are there any questions from commissioners? Good, so we're in recess. as of 9:50 till 10:05. Thank you. For any commissioners at their seats and for members of the public, I do not have any word from staff or clerk, but I'm sure they are still working on the minutes, and I anticipate we'll be resuming in just a moment. Thank you for your patience.
Chair Bain, we are back.
Very good. Welcome back, Mr. Clerk. Are we ready to reconvene then?
At your discretion, we are.
Very good.
And I'll just note in terms of process, we are posting a PDF of the draft minutes online as we speak, as well as emailing it to all the commissioners. But if you would like, I'd be happy to share it on the screen for expediency, and I'll defer to you.
Yeah, please share it on the screen.
And Chair Bain,
Actually,
I don't have an email.
It's coming through just right now. They're just about to send it.
And Andrew, I assume it would be best to announce that we're reconvening, right?
Please, yes, thank you.
Okay, so welcome back, commissioners. We're reconvening at 10:09 p.m. And welcome as well to members of the public who are with us. We'll proceed with agenda item 11, approval of the minutes from tonight's IRC special meeting of January 26, 2022. That chime you heard was the draft minutes reaching my inbox. But Andrew and staff, thank you for turning those around so quickly for IRC consideration. Let me ask them to be put up on the screen, and then I'll ask for any requests from the public to speak on this item while giving them a chance to indeed read said minutes. So Andrew or staff, could we put them up? Thank you. Commissioners, I promise you a better chance to read them, but I just like to slowly move them forward. Thank you, so that members of the public can see them briefly. Next page, please. That's good right there. Okay, to the bottom of the page, please. Next page, please. And Andrew and staff, let me just confirm, these were lifted directly from the screen and are as presented, these textual changes.
That's correct.
Good. Next screen, please. And next screen, please. And next screen, please. 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 Very good. So, oh, I'm sorry, please. Okay, so we still have to fill out the items in yellow, which we'll do momentarily. And the rest of the text is the standard text at the bottom. Very good. So Andrew, I'll ask if there are any requests from the public to speak on this agenda item, while asking staff, because of the quick work we're doing with this, to have that screen ready to bring up again if any member of the public wishes to review any particular page. But at this point, Andrew, are there any requests from the public to speak on this agenda?
Chair Boehm, no request to speak on this item, but again, any members of the public that want to comment, please raise a virtual hand in Zoom and we'll be happy to recognize you. Not seeing any movement in Zoom. That concludes public comment on this item.
Very good. So commissioners, have you had a chance to review it? More importantly, does anyone need it displayed on the screen? Okay, very good. So as this is an action item that requires a motion before any discussion, let me ask if there's a motion for approval of the minutes from the January 26, 2022 meeting as circulated by staff. Do I have a motion to that effect?
I so move.
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Dustall, seconded by Co-Vice Chair Garcia. Any discussion, clarifications, or corrections? Seeing none, I'm going to call for the vote in just a moment. Very good. Andrew, would you please call the roll for a vote?
Thank you, Chair Boehm. Again, commissioners' names will be called at random. Commissioner Hanson.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Chair Boehm.
Aye.
Commissioner Inman.
Aye.
Co-Vice Chair Katarina.
I'm going to abstain because there wasn't time to read them fully.
Co-Vice Chair Garcia.
Aye.
Commissioner Diaz.
Aye.
Commissioner Krugliak.
Aye.
Commissioner Russ.
I was late in coming to the meeting, unavoidable, and I was absent for items 4 and 5, but I've seen those, and those are, I have no problem with those. And for the rest of the meeting, I vote aye.
Commissioner Larson.
Aye.
Commissioner Dustall.
Aye.
Commissioner Pons.
Aye.
Chair Boehm, that motion passes with Co-Vice Chair Katarina abstaining, all other commissioners who are present voting aye.
Very good. Thank you, commissioners. I'm very cognizant of the time as we move to adjournment, but I also feel just very, very briefly, this is our last meeting by any stretch of the imagination with our current counsel, Marguerite Leone. I'm sure the commission joins me in thanking her for her service. I won't extend beyond that, even though I'm sure we all could. So Marguerite, thank you.
No, thank you.
It's been my pleasure. I have been proud to serve you.
Thank you very much. I will also say that I still consider us ending on a high note. I know commitment and even energy and, dare I say, passion run high on these issues, and I take that as a positive. I, for one, will staunchly defend the roles of everyone who's contributed to this process. I know there have been a lot of headaches. I know there's been some disagreement, including from myself tonight. And I think the mutual respect, the generally constructive conduct, and most of all, the idea of getting to an endpoint, to a result, remain commendable. I hope commissioners will remember not just tonight's meeting, but what happened in mid-December, the adjustments we made, and I think Commissioner Enman will be dreaming of split census blocks for the next 10 years and beyond, regardless of his service. But in all honesty, each one of you, I think, should be proud. I say that with all humility. It has been an honor so far, but I really do say so far. I think there are a number of ways we will continue to work together. I look forward to being in touch with you. I hope you will be in touch with me and all of us. And I do want to open the floor for any closing comments. Commissioner Pons.
Thank you, Chair Boehm. You've been tremendously diplomatic in executing your roles and responsibilities. But I am very concerned about what next with the lessons learned in the legal counsel representation. So I may not sleep well tonight because I don't think I've got top cover as far as the legal aspect is concerned. And I don't think I've got bottom cover as far as administrative support is concerned. So I think those are two issues we need to figure out going forward, because it leaves us open and suspect and lots of risk. But it's been a pleasure working with all the commissioners, phenomenal individuals, so smart. I mean, I got to tell you, I've been in a room with some smart people, but none smarter than you are in your own capacity and your contribution. So thank you very much. I've learned a lot from you and I'll take it forward. So thank you very much.
Same here.
Thank you. Any other comments? Very good. Again, I promise good faith effort. I'm sorry, Commissioner Brown.
I was just going to say ditto. I've really enjoyed this time too. Learned a heck of a lot of things. And that's what life's all about. So thank you.
Well said indeed. Thank you. I will pledge this. This is not our last meeting. Take that as a threat or an invitation, but it's not our last meeting. Thank you again for all your contributions. Thanks to staff for all the wonderful work. Thank you, Mr. Clerk, for coming back. It's good to see you. And with that, let me just mention again, first, thanks to the members of the public who stayed with us and several who I think are still with us. A reminder that more information about the IRC remains available on our website as the staff memo notes, which will be available for quite some time to come, www.drawyourcommunity.com. Thanks again. Good night. This meeting is adjourned at 10:19 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. It was a pleasure serving with all of you.
I agree.
Adios.